Education, July 12th, to order. Participating in this meeting, before I go on, in person is Mel Campbell, Tina Gwads, Dick Geyer, Tricia Fidrick, Earl Campbell, and via Zoom, the chair, Mr. David Stribinger, Secretary Angela Middleton, and Dr. Rachel Wisniewski. Requests for public comment participation will be accepted between 5 and 5:30 by sending an email with your name, phone number, and topic to robin.cushenberry@beaufort.k12.sc.us. You will receive a phone call during public comments where you will be able to speak and address the board for a maximum of 3 minutes on issues within the board's domain. The forum will be limited to 30 minutes. If you are in person, you may address the board for a maximum of 3 minutes on issues within the board's domain. Each speaker must fill out a public comment card. Please see the board clerk for a card. Requests for the second public comments will be accepted between 7 and 7:30 p.m. in the same manner as just stated. The second public comments will take place prior to adjournment, no later than 9 p.m. The second forum will be limited to 15 minutes. In the event the board has not finished addressing all items listed on this agenda, the board will reconvene at 6 p.m. on July 13th to finish the agenda items. At this time, I need a motion to go into executive session. Dr. Gwads?
Thank you, Ms. Robine. I move that we go into executive session for the following reasons. Receipt of legal advice on bonds covered by the attorney-client privilege pursuant to South Carolina Code Annal Section 3470A2. Employment matter, Ray personal ratification report pursuant to South Carolina Code Annal Section 3470A1. Adult education homeschool report pursuant to South Carolina Code Annal Section 3440A4. Receipt of legal advice regarding 2 pending legal claims covered by the attorney-client privilege pursuant to South Carolina Code Annal Section 3470A2, and receipt of legal advice and attorney-client privilege communication regarding pending workman's compensation claim pursuant to South Carolina Code Annal Section 3470A2.
Is there a second? Colonel Geyer seconds. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of entering into executive session, please signify by saying aye.
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 I thought I heard Dr. Wisniewski, but I wasn't sure. Okay. Angela? Okay, sorry. Dr. Wisniewski?
Aye.
Okay. And Ms. Middleton?
Aye.
Thank you. That's unanimous.
That was me.
Is there something, Dr. Wisniewski, maybe you can put something in chat. Yeah. Okay. At this time, we will enter into executive session. I'd like to call the Beaufort County Board of Education July 12th meeting to order. For those of you that are watching, I will let you know that in person attending the meeting, we have Mr. Melvin Campbell, Dr. Christina Gladz, Dr. Rachel Wisniewski, Kathy Robine, Colonel Geyer, Patricia Fidrich, Earl Campbell, and William Smith is in the building. Also attending online are the chair, David Stribinger, and Secretary Angela Middleton. As vice chair, I will be coordinating the meeting, but will turn over specific parts to the chair. Miss Ingrid Boatwright is not in attendance tonight. So at this time, are there any actions as necessary or appropriate regarding matters discussed in executive session?
Madam Vice Chair,
Colonel Geyer.
I move that the Board of Education accept the administration's recommendation to utilize bond premiums from the 2019 referendum bonds to fund the increased referendum project cost due to anticipated inflation in the amount not to exceed $31.1 million.
Do I have a second?
I second it.
Any discussion? Okay. Ms. Cushenberry, can you put the motion up? Okay. Mr. Smith? I don't know where he is. Mr. Smith, did you have a comment?
On this motion, I'm not fully understanding the whole thing of it, and I wasn't there for that part, so I will be abstaining on this. I will abstain.
Any other comments? Dr. Gladz?
So, Colonel Geyer, you when you read the motion, you said anticipated inflation or unanticipated? Yep, and that's what's up there. Thank you for clarification.
Any other comments? At this time, I'd like to take the vote. All those in favor of the motion that states the Board of Education accept the administrative, this thing's in the way, I can't read it. Sorry, folks. The administration's recommendation to utilize bond premiums from the 2019 referendum bonds to fund the increased referendum project costs due to unanticipated inflation, an amount not to exceed 31.1 million. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Middleton, aye.
Okay. Those opposed and those abstaining. Okay. So the motion passes. 9 yes, 1 abstention, and 1 person absent. Anything else?
Yes, Madam Vice Chair. I move we approve the superintendent's recommendations for employment listed in the June 1 to June 30, 2022 personal ratification report.
Is there a second? Earl Campbell, seconds. Any discussion? Mr. Smith? No? I have to. Okay. Yep.
Mhm.
Okay, the motion on the floor is to approve the superintendent's recommendations for employment listed on the June 1 to June 30th personnel ratification report. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Middleton, aye.
Scrivener, aye.
The motion passes unanimously 10-0. Next, Dr. Gladz.
Madam Vice Chair, I move we accept the superintendent's recommendation for the monthly adult education homeschool report for June 2022.
Is there a second? Ms. Bidrich, seconds? Any discussion? Okay, seeing none. We'll wait for the motion to come up. Okay, the motion on the floor is I move we accept the superintendent's recommendation for the monthly adult education homeschool report for June 2022. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Middleton, I.
All those,
Scrivener, aye.
okay, that passes unanimously 10-0. Dr. Gwatz,
Madam Vice Chair, I move that the board approve settlement authority in the pending workman's compensation case in the amount of $132,929.68.
is there a second? Okay, Dr. Wisniewski? Any comments regarding this motion? Okay. Once the motion is posted, we'll take our vote. Okay, the motion on the floor is I move that the board approve settlement authority in the pending workers' compensation case in the amount of $132,929.68. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Middleton, I.
Scrivener, aye.
That motion passes unanimously, 10-0.
Madam Vice Chair, we do not have any further action as necessary or appropriate coming out of executive session.
Thank you. Okay, I now need a motion to approve the agenda. Earl Campbell moves we approve the agenda. Is there a second? Second by Dick Iyer. Any discussion? Seeing none. Those in favor of approving the agenda, please signify by saying aye.
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 Middleton, I.
Scrivener, aye.
The agenda is approved unanimously, 10-0. Okay, at this time, I invite everyone to please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and to remain standing after the pledge for a moment of silence.
Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
During this moment of silence, we would like to recognize a staff member, a valued staff member, Tammy Vidalia, who passed away last week. Tammy started working for the Beaufort County School District on January 31st, 2012 at Robert Smalls Middle School as a professional school counselor. She was instrumental in implementing a comprehensive school counselor program at Robert Smalls. During school year 2014-2015, she was reassigned to Hilton Head Island High School, where she remained until her passing. She was a dedicated and compassionate professional who put forth 100% every day. On a daily basis, she worked extended hours and worked during the summer to ensure a smooth opening to each school year. She loved being a school counselor because she knew she made a difference in the lives of our students. She will be sorely missed by the Hilton Head community and the professional school counselors of Beaufort County School District. Thank you. You may be seated. The media has been notified. Okay, so the first item on our agenda points of celebration. And sitting in for Dr. Rodriguez today is Dr. Stratos.
Thank you, Mrs. Robine. Board members and guests, this evening we get to recognize the 2022 Class A champions from Whale Branch Early College High School Girl Track Team. Whale Branch Early College High School's girls track team was crowned the 2022 Class A state champions. Here to tell us more about this accomplishment is Whale Branch Early College's Athletic Director, Carlos Cave, and the young ladies' head coach, Brad Tarachuk. Gentlemen, please come on down.
Good evening. It is indeed a pleasure to stand before you on behalf of Whale Branch Early College High School and our principal, Ms. Patricia Brantley, to bring our young ladies who worked extremely hard this past track and field season and earning the title of Class A state champion. The previous year, they were state runner-ups, and they were highly motivated going into this season. We fell short by 12 points the previous year and were state runner-ups. But these young ladies that you will have the chance to meet, and Coach Tarachuk will talk about them, really bought in and locked into the fact that the talent was there. They just had to put the work in. The beautiful thing about this group of young ladies coming tonight, all of them, I think, are sophomores and 1 8th grader.
Wow.
So there's a very strong possibility that we'll be standing here again next year. So at this point, I'd like to pass it over to Coach Tarachuk.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor to actually be up here again. It's been 10 years since we were back here for the Class A for boys back in 2012. So it is indeed a privilege to be back here again, celebrating the very first time our girls have actually won a state title at Whale Branch, not just for track and field, but for all sports out there. This is, again, my 11th year here. I'm also a teacher out there. So I'm indeed proud to be here, to have seen where these girls have come from, where they have been going. And what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to bring them up here. I'm actually going to have one of our young ladies introduce herself. She's a sophomore with us, again, as Coach Cave had mentioned, but she's also one of our students who is taking a part in our TCL program out there. So she's actually earning her degree, getting credit through the college program, which is one of the opportunities that we have with our girls. So I'm going to have them come on up, and I'm going to have Ayanna Reed Wright introduce herself and just talk a little bit about the season and where they're going to be going.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Ayanna Reed Wright, and I ran the 4x8 at the state championship, and I would just like to talk a little about it. So this was our first year winning not only region state championship, but also the lower state and the state championship. And we also broke a lot of school records, such as the 4x8, the 4x1, 100-meter hurdles, 100, 200, and so on. And this is my team. So I'm gonna let them introduce themselves.
My name is Destiny Pryor, and I ran short distance.
My name is Salasia Bartley, and I'm a two-time state champion in 100-meter hurdles.
My name is Grace Bing, and this was my first year running track.
My name is Lamar Pryor, and this is my first year running track for high school.
So in closing, again, just want to acknowledge these young ladies, like I said, and I made a mistake. So you have a sophomore, 8th grader, and a 9th grader that you have standing in front of you. At this time, also, the track program and the young ladies would like to present one of our biggest fans, always calls and checks on what we have going on athletically. So at this time, we would like to present him with a state championship gold medal for this past track state championship this spring. So Mr. Campbell, if you will come forward.
Oh, yay.
Again, he always calls and checks, Coach, what's going on? Where's the team? Where are you playing? How are they doing? That's year round. I always get that call. So, you know, we want to present you with this momentum of this year's state championship.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
I heard Mr. Campbell say he would like to fill in on that 4x8 if you needed it. If you needed an extra. That's just spectacular. It's just awesome, student athletes. Thank you very much. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, next on our agenda, the first public comments. Before I call up the speakers, as is customary, I'd like to review our guidelines, our rules for public speaking. Speakers must confine comments to issues within the domain of the board, refrain from racial comments, obscenities, vulgarities, and references to specific individuals by name, and not commit other breaches of respect, not exceed 3 minutes, visible audio timing device to be used. Complete this card, including providing one or more specific topics, and submit to the board administrative assistant prior to the conclusion of public comment. Okay. All right, so the first speaker tonight will be Mr. David Cook.
Good evening, Madam Vice Chair, board members, Dr. Stratos, and staff. Thanks for giving me a chance to speak. I'm speaking tonight in regards to IS 38-1. So this is being rewritten. I can't help but notice that it's coincidental to me that it's being rewritten after I emailed Dr. Rodriguez challenging a book that's in all of our high schools and middle schools. So I'm here because I care about our kids and I care about our schools. I'm here tonight to protect my children and other children in the community whose parents are unable or afraid to speak up the way I speak to the board. The revised policy indicates that the whole book will be looked at and not just words, phrases, or incidents. So the book will be judged from a holistic approach. I thank Dr. Stratos for taking the time to talk with me yesterday. She cleared up a lot of things for me. Let me go ahead and explain the equivalent to you as far as taking a holistic approach to a book review. If I have a tray of chocolate chip cookies that are in the cafeteria, and they look delicious, you know the kids love to eat them, and they're served in the cafeterias. But right before they're served, you're told that they contain dog poop. Would you still want to serve that chocolate chip cookie to the students? I'm not saying that any book should ever be banned because I support free speech, unless it clearly contains language or content or text that goes against the progressive discipline plan of our school district, or phrases or content that contain anti-police rhetoric or encourage students to defy authority. Why in the world would you want to encourage elementary school kids or middle school kids to read books that get them into a good kind of trouble? I understand the lesson. I support the lesson. However, those lessons are for college. I don't know any parents who want our schools to have books that are teaching kids to become social activists in the 3rd grade. That's crossing the line, because all it takes is one child to say that what he did was read a book that his guidance counselor told him to read, as he's being interviewed by the FBI after being arrested for participating in a protest that erupted into violence and destruction of private property. So do we want a policy to be in place that keeps these books and encourages students to defy authority and become social activists? I support free speech right up to the point where you're not allowed to yell fire in a crowded theater, nor are you allowed to disseminate obscene material or explicit language to a minor. Free speech has its place within the context of the law. The same goes for materials that are in the schools and in the libraries. I don't believe that softcore teenage porn written in any book should be protected speech. In your directions tonight, you even said we're not allowed to use racial comments, profanity, but it's going to be tough to have those books removed from our library that have that exact content. I'm pretty sure
Mr. Cook.
I'm pretty sure that all the
3 minutes are
parents
up.
in the school district support freedom of speech, but I'm guessing there might be some parents who wouldn't be so supportive of their 3rd grader being taught that it's okay to defy authority. It's a slippery slope. And Dr. Strato said to me in a phone call yesterday, and I couldn't agree with her more, let children be children. Thank you.
Ms. Geraldine Doe.
Good afternoon. Okay, we the alumni, you want my name?
Can you please use the mic, speaking to the mic?
Stop the clock.
Yeah.
We the alumni, are you ready? We the alumni, community and class of 1971 are requesting that the chief officer, can't say his name, but you know who he is. You know who he is, right? The chief officer. I can't, Aura, his initial is RO. Go from there. The athletic director and the football coach to come forward or get with the superintendent and the board and tell us why and who directed them to replace the original eagle with the new one. Who designed the new eagle and how many designs did they review? Did they do the required action of presenting the design of the new eagle to the board for approval? We appreciate the board decision for a proclamation of how the 3 schools were combined. However, that is just an official announcement. We also want to thank the board for considering an orientation for the 9th graders who are entering Beaufort High and all new incoming students, 9th through 12th, to let them know the history of the school and how 3 schools were combined. We want it documented that the original eagle is the mascot and that our school colors are green and white. Our request to the board is to remove the new eagle from the field, press board, scoreboard, and wherever the new eagle is located, and replace it with the original flying eagle. Take the new eagle down from the athletic website and replace it with the only original eagle. Lastly, all future athletic uniform should be ordered in green and white. The school agreed over 50 years ago that the mascot would be the flying eagles and the colors would be green and white. The present school officials broke this agreement by changing the mascot and school colors. The official changed it without the approval from the board, and the board broke their own duties. Policy OE-8, facilities, section 10, by going along with it without actually fixing the current issue. We are respectfully asking the board to reconsider their decision due to the evidence we have presented. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Christine Alexander. Oh, she wants the second one? Yes. Oh, okay, sorry. Okay. All right, that concludes our public comments. And next on our agenda is the clock update. So, Mr. Barber?
Good evening. Thank you, Madam Vice Chairman, Chairman Scrivenger. Good evening to you as well. I know you're visiting remotely this evening, so thank you. This is our second quarter update. We should have done this in June, but we're here in July to give an update. To provide just a little point of reference for the Citizen-Led Oversight Committee, in June, we held our 30th meeting. So if I was taught math in school properly, that's 2.5 years, right? So we're 2.5 years into where we are with a little more time to go. And tomorrow night, we will conduct our 31st meeting since we were formed. So that's where we are in the time frame associated with our 4-year term that we were asked to serve. All right, let's give an update on where we are with our large scope projects and how we stand with those projects at this time. Now, Beaufort Elementary, the referendum amount that was funded was $20 million. We're at $20,777,000. We've paid to date right at 19.6, so it's under budget and under schedule. So Beaufort L is coming along very well. Beautiful location, beautiful campus. This is kind of give you an update of where we are. All of our traffic lights are green when it comes to the project around safety security, the renovations and the technology upgrade. We'll get the occupancy certificate has been received by OSF in Columbia. We'll get all the closeout documents and finish this project up very quickly. So good news on Beaufort L. We're pleased with where it is today. All right, let's go to some of our bigger projects. Battery Creek High School. Battery Creek High School is a $56 million project. So far, we've paid $25 million of that project. We have a few photographs here to share with those who are online as those in the room. You can see the progress on Battery Creek, extensive renovation to that school. It is under budget. We are having some schedule issues associated with that. That is noted on the next slide, and the main reason is around the renovation area. As we are in this times, we are having trouble with supplies. A personal story, I ordered a new refrigerator in December of 2021. I've now been told I may get it at the end of this month. So that spills over right into the construction industry. Our project managers are doing a good job of managing that, doing long lead items, but our schedule's slipping a little bit. They'll work to improve it on Battery Creek High School. So all in all, going well, just a little challenges with materials. All right, let's talk about Robert Smalls. This is the largest project that is underway today. This is a new replacement school, as many of you are not familiar with it. It's a $68 million project. It's going very well. Again, we're having some schedule challenges with Robert Smalls. As you can see on the next slide, the main issue again is around the some of the materials and some of the scope issues we're dealing with this school. You can imagine the size of the school being built in the rear of the current school is a big challenge. They're staying on top of it as best they can. But again, it's a supply issue. They're doing the best they can. You can see some photographs on the next slide that'll show you the extensive amount of work that's being done, concrete, block wall installation, and et cetera. Now, I have personally visited both of these schools last week, both of those sites. They're very well maintained. The contractors are doing a good job. There's good supervision. Just for a point of reference, of the $344 million, these schools represent over 33% that's being used from that referendum just for these two schools. So they're very important projects, and we'll stay on top of them and report any findings. Okay, let's move on to what we call our projects, or if we call our medium small scope projects. These are all the other schools that are receiving IT safety security updates. They may be in a design phase for a next referendum, or they contain athletic renovations and et cetera. So we have 28 projects across the district that are in various phases. We've closed out 18 projects, so we're doing well on a time frame associated with those. I give those a green traffic light this evening. Now, supply issues still are a concern in these small areas, especially around some of the safety and security and IT equipment that we're trying to secure. But the project managers are managing the issues closely to keep these projects on schedule. So big challenges, but they're doing a great job on those. So that's the remainder of those across the district of those 28 projects. Let's talk about where we are in closing out projects. Projects are not completed until they're closed out And that doesn't mean not only getting the occupancy requirements met by OSF in Columbia, but also making sure that we have all the paperwork, because the job is not finished until the paperwork is completed. As you can see, we have a few of these that are in the yellow status. We're working on some final paperwork, either from the vendors or from the actual construction companies as well. So the project managers stay on this and making sure that they have all the paperwork and all the closeout documentation as required for these projects. So we're tracking these, and you can see we've closed out quite a few, but we have more to go, and they work on that as we go. All right, let's talk a little bit about where we are financially. I think this is where most people want to talk about the financial status. So far through April, because we run about a month behind with reconciliation of the actual spend per month, all budgeted items for the project equal the dollar amounts approved by the referendum at this point in time. The 4/30/22 appropriation amounts for project did not change from the original 228.20 number. However, individual budgets have been adjusted, and those have been supported by contingency. As we have talked about, we have contingency not only at the project level for each individual school, but also there is a program contingency that is also maintained at the district level. The dollars spent and encumbered do not exceed the budgeted project totals. So we're not committed to more than what we have. The dollars spent per project did not exceed the estimated project percent complete. So we're not overpaying. So we're right on time. Again, material and construction costs continue to challenge cost control and schedule. So I'm giving that a yellow overall right now, mainly because of cost control around materials as those materials continue to increase. All right, so let's talk a bit about where we are on spend to date. Of course, 344,610 is our original number. Encumbered and paid is 247,537,000. Remaining budget is 97 million. Now, at the end of April, the program contingency, which is maintained at the district level, was $8.4 million. There were no project level transfers into the contingency here at the home office. So that money has not been swept back from the program, from the project level to fund the program level. Program contingency was voted on by this august body to use $5.1 million, which remains now remaining in the contingency is 3.2 million. I am giving that a red light because of the amount of projects that we have remaining. So there is a concern. Now, tomorrow night, we will be meeting as a clock with the operations staff and with the project managers to review the program, what we call the program reset. So they would be looking at the project level contingencies and determining how much of that money will be swept back to the program level to assure we can close out all the projects that we have planned for the year and a half. Now, this evening, this body agreed that they would use the bond premiums that they received from the bond sales. It is your bond money that you let, and it's your appropriation to do that. So that will assist the project managers going forward with any increases. And we will track that as that comes back into the clock. We'll use that and watch that as part of the overall program contingency, and we'll be kept abreast of how that is used. But that is your prerogative to use that. I just wanted to bring the fact that we are at a very low 3.26 million in the program contingency. So with that, that is my report. We are pleased to serve on behalf of the taxpayers. I have a couple of my members here this evening, Ray Warco, who leads our finance group, and Rich Tischler, who works with him as well. So they're here joining us tonight as well. Some of the members may be online this evening. So with that, I will entertain any questions that you may have. I will make a comment. Mr. Campbell, when you and I ran track back in the day, we did not run on a nice new composite track. We ran on those old cinder tracks. Remember that? I remember those days. So now I'm showing my age. So if the young ladies in the room, if you don't know what a cinder track is, ask someone that's older and they'll tell you what a cinder track is, but that's what I ran on. So I don't look like I used to run track, but I did at one time. So anyway, I'll entertain questions. And congratulations to the ladies. That's a great honor for you to be the track champions. Thank you so much for doing that and representing Beaufort County. Now I'll take questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barber. Before I open it up for questions, I would just like to say what all of us are thinking. Again, we express our gratitude, our greatest gratitude and appreciation for the work that the members of your committee do. This is the Citizens-Led Oversight Committee appointed by Dr. Rodriguez to follow up and be eyes on our referendum funding. And we so appreciate the countless hours that committee members have put into this. So I just wanted to say that, and then I will open it up to questions. Mr. Campbell?
What is the completion date of both of those projects? I was small.
Oh, boy, you would ask me a
Because,
tough
I mean,
question.
If we don't run it, any more problem.
Well, they should be done by the end of the referendum period, but based on what I'm looking at in schedules that I've been shared, we will probably go over on some of the project closeouts into 2024 because of the schedule drag and with the problem with some of the supplies. So expect me to be reporting once we get closer into this later this year and into 2023. I suspect we'll be closing some of these things out in 24. That's my projection, but thanks for your question. Yeah.
Okay, other questions or comments? Mr. Smith?
First, I'll just start off by saying thank you and your staff for what you do and all that you do. My question is when the staff have these meetings like they have over in Hilton Head, when they have those meetings, do y'all go over to those meetings and how active are y'all involved in those?
We do. We attend some of those. For example, I believe Mr. Otting just had a meeting in Hilton Head, I guess a provisioning committee to kind of update where we're doing Hilton Head Sky with Hilton Head High School. Mr. Warco, I believe you were at that meeting. So if we have the opportunity to be at some of those what we call community outreach meetings, we do attend those either in person or sometimes we attend them remotely as well. So we listen to what the citizens are saying at that time.
Right, and that's what I wanted to know. So,
Yep.
so you are there just to intake what the citizens are saying.
That is correct. We take that and listen to that. Of course, it's for the operations committee to take that into consideration as they work on future planning. But we do hear what they say.
Right.
Yeah.
And also for people listening, have people have asked me is on somewhere in these printouts that y'all give us, is there something where it can tell from how much the original amount was and how much we are from year to date that has been spent at this time? Is there somewhere we can find that at?
You're talking about the original budgeted amount that was budgeted for each school and project? Yes, we can report on that. That number changes as we add contingency, but we can go back and look at the original, and we do look at that and we can track it. We just don't report it because if you vote to approve the change and add contingency, then that changes the actual budget for that school.
Right. Well, let me re-ask my question another way.
Okay.
Is there some place on here when you give out your reports, that reports from at the beginning of when y'all first started the project, and you have the exact amount that was given, and when the district spends every penny, is there something that tells you an itemized list of where every dollar has went and how it's spent and where it's at?
Okay, Ray, I'm gonna have you come up and answer that question, and I know the answer, but I don't have my financial person who works on the clock answer that. Thanks, Ray.
Right, thank you, Ted. To answer that question, Form 519, it's a report put out by the district, delineates all the dollars spent by individual school and by projects within that school. Does that answer your question?
So you said it's called Form 519?
Form 519.
It's put out by who?
It's approximately a 7-page report. And it's grown since we first started. I think it started out as 5 pages. It's now 7 because they have delineated some of the individual items with the actual schools.
Right. So is that? But you said that's put out by the district, not the clock.
That schedule is prepared by the district. That's correct.
Right. Okay. But my question was the committee was running by the clock. Does the clock? Do y'all have anything to outline every single dollar or penny? That was my question.
Yes.
I know. I understand that form is talking about by the district, but I was talking about the clock in general.
Well, I mean, of course, we test that schedule to make sure that the information they're giving us is accurate, and we tie it back. We cross-foot it And we also tied back to the annual audited financial statements.
Thank you.
You're
Okay.
welcome.
Any other questions?
Actually, I'm done anyway, Madam Chair. I'm done. Thank you for that.
Any follow-up questions?
It doesn't appear so. I don't see any online. So thank you so much.
Thank
for
you.
your
We'll see
presentation.
you for the next update after the next quarter. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Okay. Then we'll go to Mr. Strivenger for the chairman's report.
I have nothing to report, but thank you.
Okay. All right. So from there, we move to the committee reports. And first up is the legislative report. And I believe we have Lynn Stokes Murray waiting to talk to us. Dr. Gwads, I'll turn it over to you.
Yes, thank you, Vice Chair Robine. We have our legislative lobbyist, Lynn Stokes Murray, joining us this evening to give the board an update.
Thank you so much, and I appreciate the opportunity to be with y'all tonight. I did submit our legislative year-end report, which you will see on your screen, and I have consolidated in that my comments, which I'm happy to share with you guys after we go through everything. And feel free, if you need to interrupt, to ask any questions. So the General Assembly adjourned sine die on May 12th. We returned in June to consider gubernatorial vetoes, and we concluded our work on June 28th. We don't expect the General Assembly to reconvene for any business outside of what may be a result of the Roe versus Wade decision. We'll probably come back in July to deal with that, but the sine die resolution does not allow anything outside of that issue to be discussed. The House of Representatives will be back in December for reorganization purposes, and pre-filing of new bills will occur. As you all know, this is the second year of a two-year session, so we will begin again January the 10th for the 126th session of the legislature. The House and the constitutional officers are all up for re-election this year. The primary held in June and the subsequent runoffs have occurred. The House had 13 members who chose to not seek re-election. There were 2 districts as a result of redistricting that pitted 2 incumbents against each other. And then in the primary, there were 6 Republicans, including the long-standing chair of the House Education Committee, Rita Allison, who were defeated in the primary. We've had a couple of Democratic incumbents that were defeated as well. So there are 51 contested House seats in the general election to be held on November the 8th. And we anticipate that the freshman class of the General Assembly next year to be about a fourth of new members. So that's quite a turnover and a lot of new faces to meet. The House remains solidly Republican and will continue to be strongly red after the general election. We've had several leadership changes that have occurred in the House in the past month. A longtime speaker, 4-term Speaker Jay Lucas resigned, and Merle Smith, who's a Republican from Sumter and the former chair of the Ways and Means Committee, was elected the Speaker of the House. And as a result of him moving to that new position, Chair of Ways and Means is now Gary Simrell, who is not seeking re-election, but he's been elected to that post until a new Ways and Means chairman will be elected in the reorg session in December. In the gubernatorial race, we expect that Governor McMaster will be reelected to a second full term. He won the primary handily. And just interestingly enough, Governor McMaster is the first governor that will have served as 10 years because of his fulfilling the unexpired term of Governor Nikki Haley when she was selected to become the ambassador to the UN. Congresswoman Nancy Mace won her bid in the Republican primary. She faces a Democratic challenger in November. Congressman Tom Rice was defeated in the 7th district by House member from Horry County, Russell Fry, and he also faces Democratic opposition in the general election. Of course, all of you are aware that our incumbent superintendent of education, Molly Spearman, is not seeking re-election. And as a result of a runoff, Ellen Weaver beat Kathy Maness, and Mrs. Weaver will face a Democratic challenger in the fall. Mrs. Weaver has not yet completed her master's degree requirement, which is required in order for her to be sworn into office, but understand she's working on that, and she's indicated that she'll have the necessary requirements fulfilled if she should win, and will be sworn in January. The 2022 legislative session has been long and contentious. The debates on the House and Senate floor not only included certificate of need, the restructuring of DHEC, medical marijuana, mask and vaccine mandates, education savings accounts, Save the Sports Act. Those are just a few of the things that we considered. In addition, this House and Senate concluded their work on the 2022-23 appropriations bill and the governor's vetoes last month. The spending plan took effect July 1. The budget raises minimum teacher salary from $36,000 per year to $40,000. It gives state employees a 3% raise and a $1,500 bonus. The $14 billion budget includes a cut in the income tax rate from 7 to 6.5%, and over a 5-year period gradually lowers that down to 6%. Also, the budget includes a $1 billion income tax rebate, which means taxpayers will receive an $800 Christmas check by the end of the year. The bill also includes an income tax cut, the bracket 6% to 3%, and a $1 billion appropriation for roads to accelerate construction and expansion. So it's been a busy year. I'm going to talk about education savings plans and some other specific things, education funding, which are all in the information that's before you. But let me talk about the ESA plan, which ultimately did not pass because the House and Senate could not agree on a conference report. But in essence, the ESA is a voucher program. The conference committee, as I mentioned, adopted the conference report. The House adopted the conference report, but the Senate Majority Leader, Shane Massey, filibustered the report, and therefore no final action was taken on the bill. Thus, the legislation died. The bill will definitely be in play next session, and I fully anticipate there to be some hearings in the Senate Education Committee on that issue during the fall. The bill would have provided eligibility for students that are currently enrolled in public school, and those applicants would include children from low-income, military, or foster families, children with special needs, and children who are homeless. With an ESA, parents can direct the state's education funding for their child into tuition or books or therapies and services of their choice. The scholarships would have been limited in scope and number to $5,000 per pupil for the 2022-23 appropriations year. Mr. Strivenger, did you have a question?
Yes, ma'am. My understanding was the Senator Massey filibustered that because there was no accountability provision.
You are correct.
And that's, I'm right with him on that one.
He felt very strongly that the Senate included an accountability provision in their version of the bill. The conference committee did not adopt that provision, so he felt very strongly that it was lacking. There was also some, consternation over the amount of money that the program would cost. So he held it up. So we'll be back at it on that without a doubt next year. Moving on, school bus funding is in the appropriations bill, $12 million on the line with a 5% pay increase for school bus drivers. And as I mentioned before, the teachers will receive an increase in pay from $36,000 to $40,000. I think there was some confusion along the way that potentially all teachers would receive a $4,000 pay increase, but that is limited to those that are at that $36,000 starting minimum. The bill includes also $227 million of extra money to school districts, giving more flexibility where the dollars are spent through the new funding formula. And I'm going to talk about that next. The debate over the South Carolina's 40-year-old funding formula really began with Governor McMaster's executive budget. His plan touted the ability to increase flexibility and accountability and help poor districts. It sent money based on student-teacher ratio and minimum teacher salaries, and in lieu of an array of formulas that are being used presently. So the appropriation bill provides for a $4,834 average per pupil pay in state aid to classrooms, and the revised funding formula consolidates several budget lines into a single state aid to classrooms funded at $3.7 billion. With the new funding stream, new weightings that will enable more funding for students in poverty and students with disabilities. And under the revised formula, the state share of funding increases from 70% to 75%. Local school districts are afforded greater flexibility in spending aid to the classrooms, and districts are subject, as I mentioned, to new accountability and transparency requirements, publishing their expenditures online. The House budget plan, and we have talked about this in the past, also included a provision that would allow districts to hire non-certified teachers in critical needs areas, geographic and subject areas. If a teacher's not available, the non-certified teachers must possess a Bachelor of Arts degree or a graduate degree from a regionally accredited college, university in the subject matter in which they're hired to teach. So that does provide some flexibility when you're having a difficult time looking for teachers in a specific subject area. Kind of one last thing to say about the funding formula. It requires schools to meet statewide minimum salary schedules and provide annual step increases. The formula specifies that no local match is required for state aid to classrooms, and EIA distributions for base funding is rolled up from the previous year. It also directs that the Department of Fiscal and Revenue Accountability, instead of the department, document expenditures, as I mentioned earlier, on an online financial dashboard. That includes 3- and 4-year-old students with disabilities registered in brick and mortar charter schools are included, and student counts to receive additional weighting. The formula revises pupil classification weightings, and local districts are required to provide a 25% match in new funding. All school districts are to be held harmless this year. Nobody receives less than what they received last year. You'll have flexibility and ability to allocate funding as you see fit, and the money follows the child based on population. Additionally, charter schools are being provided a regular funding stream in order to put them on the same plane as public schools. Needless to say, the new funding formula is being touted by some members of the education community as a great resolve. Others are concerned about the new weights and the flexibility the funding provides. I think the funding formula, without a doubt, will be revisited next year, this year serving as a trial, with an expectation that there may be changes made next session. So just a couple of other things I wanted to mention that are in the year-end report. 3 areas of the family leave bill passed for state employees, which has not ever been done before. Senate Bill 946, which provides unencumbered time for teachers, elementary school at least 30 minutes per day. And the Save Women's Sports Act, which I mentioned earlier, which was very controversial, but ultimately passed and was signed into law on May 16th. And then finally, just wanted to mention House Bill 3591, which is the teacher preparation report card that provides education prep courses and evaluates the ability of educator preparation programs to train new teachers. So those are really the highlights of what happened this year. Happy to attempt to answer any questions if you have any, and thank you again for the opportunity to present.
Hey, Julie. Ms. Fidget?
Thank you. Thank you very much. I just have a quick question. Greatly appreciate this packet that you provided us with this detailed information. The section that is headed up with pending, just because I really don't know the entire process of how these bills get passed through, when can we expect some of these pending to either be voted up or down?
So those are bills that did not make it to the governor's desk. So anything that's in the pending section of the report died when we adjourned, sine die, back on June 28th. So everything in that section would have to be refiled in order for it to be in play in the 23 legislative session.
Thank you very much.
Certainly.
I have a question. I thought I saw that Governor McMaster signed into law the requirement of a financial literacy credits for our students, personal financial literacy. But I don't see that listed here.
I don't.
Oh, it's listed. Oh,
Let me double check that one for you, and I'll send y'all a note about it. I don't believe it passed, but I don't want to tell you anything incorrectly.
okay.
I'll make a note. Just double
Thank
check
you.
on that. Get back to you guys.
Okay. Any other questions, comments? Anybody online? Middleton, no? Okay. Oh, Dr. Glatz.
Thank you, Lynn. I just want to personally thank you as the legislative chair. Your updates have been very much appreciated. I concur with Ms. Fidrich. This is very helpful, this summary document you provided tonight. And I'm jealous you're going to see Alicia Keys next month.
Yeah, I'm sorry I couldn't be with y'all on the 2nd because I am going to see Alicia Keys. I do want to say one thing. I can't tell y'all how much I appreciate it. Y'all coming up to the General Assembly this year and making time from your busy schedules to meet with delegation. That was terrific. I think we spoke with just about everybody in the delegation, and they really appreciated y'all taking time to come up and visit with them. So thank you very, very much. It's very helpful, and we appreciate your participation so much.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Okay.
Have a great night.
Does that? Thank you. Dr. Glatz?
That concludes our legislative update.
Okay. So next in the committee reports is academics, and I'm the chair of that committee, so I will give the report. And then I will turn it over to Dr. Stratos and her team to talk about 2 specific ARs. At the June 22nd academic committee meeting, the following ARs were discussed. Changes were made, mostly insignificant changes to bring them into laws. They're posted. You had access to them on board docs, and I encourage you to look at them. And then if you have any additional questions to let the academic committee know. AR IS9 instructional program. The difference in that one, the change in that AR was additional info on dual enrollment was added. IS 43, the grading assessment systems. Again, there was clarification on dual enrollment. And IS 49, graduation requirements. This is kind of interesting for you to look at. I think the state now has seals of distinction on their diplomas, and this AR brings us into compliance with the state. And once again, ARs, administrative regulations, we don't approve them, we don't accept them. They're the work of the superintendent and his staff, and they're presented to us. We can certainly ask questions about them or comment, but they're not something that we approve or adopt. They are revisited from time to time to bring into compliance with new state regulations. So that's the ARs. So our next academic committee meeting is July 26th at 5 p.m. So you are all invited to attend. And Dr. Stratos, I will turn it over to you to present IS 38 school library materials selection and adoption, and IS 38.1 procedures for handling questioned or challenged school library materials. IS 38.1 is a new procedure, so that's why we felt it was important for the whole board to have this presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice Chair, and good evening, board members. Tonight's presentation is led in person by Colleen Beckenbarsky, our Director of Education Technology, and supported virtually by one of our stellar educational technology coaches, Ann Aita. I may not have said it last. Say it again. Aita. All right. So with that, Mrs. Beckenbarsky, thank you.
Good evening. Thank you all so much for having me tonight to share with you about IS 38 and IS 38.1. So the first thing I wanted to just address is why we are updating this. As Ms. Robine mentioned, that there was a model policy that came from the State Department of Education. It was released in December of 2021 to reflect the material selection as well as the reconsideration process. So when we received that policy, we want to make sure that we capture the expectations in that policy to our AR and bring that into Beaufort County schools. When we started that review process, we did notice that IS 38 was rather long, and we made the decision to break those into two for clarity of understanding of the two separate pieces of this AR, and to just make sure that we're as clear as possible on how those processes will work. So that's where those two came into play. So I'll start with IS 38 and highlight the updates that we have on that particular AR. So most of this was about organization of the AR. We all wanted to condense some of the redundant language that was in there. There was a lot of repetition, so we wanted to make sure that was cleaned up and clarified. Most importantly, we wanted to make sure we added the language that aligned to that model policy that came from the State Department of Education. So we captured all of that in there as well. We did want to make sure to include that the deselection or weeding process in selection and collection materials. That is a really important process for our libraries to make sure they're current, to make sure that materials are flowing in and out as needed. So we did include that, or that was not initially in IS 38 before. And then as previously mentioned, we took a large portion of that to create the IS 38.1, which is that reconsideration process. So looking at IS 38.1, that is the newly created AR. This again was taken from the South Carolina Department of Education model policy. So we brought that language over. And then we made sure, just to make sure it was clear and organized well, we did add another option, which is an opt-out option for parents or guardians. So you'll see that looks a little different from the state model policy. That is just a way for parents or guardians to submit a form if there's a particular library material they don't want their child to necessarily have access to checking out at the library. So we have that as an additional in there. If that is something that they want to partake in. They fill out a form, they turn it in at the school level for it to be addressed at the school level. Then there is a request for a more broad reconsideration, and there's an additional form on that one as well as part of 38.1. So that is a form that comes here to the district office, to the Chief Instructional Services Officer. And then we've outlined directly from the state model policy kind of what that looks like once we receive that form. So that once it is formed, a committee is formed based off of the recommendations of who's on that committee from the state policy. And then the committee reviews that material, meets, discusses it, discusses the form that was received, and then within 15 days submits their report back out to the superintendent, the board, and the complainant. There's a 7-day appeal period once that is submitted. And once that full process is complete, that same instructional material or library material cannot be revisited for reconsideration for 5 years. And that's the general process of what that reconsideration looks like. I will take any questions.
Dr. Wisniewski?
Madam Vice Chair, I just had a couple of questions because this was a lot to digest, and thank you so much for y'all's work on this. I know that a lot of thought and effort went into creating an AR that's all encompassing, so I appreciate your work. The cataloging that's going to be available, is that going to be publicly available to any citizen, parents? Is that online at the school district website? It's my understanding that it is available right now, correct?
Yes, it's available online.
Okay. And then sorry.
Go ahead.
What materials are generally not available for removal? I know I've had some conversations, and there's certain ones that are tied to federal programs or things like that that are not available for removal.
So if I could pick up on that, Dr. Wisniewski, if a student was in an advanced placement course, let's use literature as an example, our AP courses come with a specific syllabus. The syllabus is designed for the purpose of delivery of instruction. The purpose of that also is to help our students pass that advanced placement exam. So to do significant deviation from a course that is already vetted at the state level, that is what gives us the opportunity to adopt that course. And a teacher must be certified in the state of South Carolina. They must be certified to instruct AP. So they go through extensive training as well. But the goal is for what? For our students to be able to pass the exams. So we have to stay aligned to these courses that have already been vetted, and I would say at the accelerated level.
Thank you. And I was just going to make a comment for transparency purposes. I spoke with Dr. Stratos, and she explained to me that there are certain offerings like AP, IB and
IB courses
Cambridge are all, they all stem from elsewhere, and that we basically adopt what they have. A parent could choose to ask to opt out, but it could affect that course.
It could affect the end result of the sitting for the testing. From one of those 3 accelerated course areas. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. And I just had one other comment.
Can we
go for it?
Go forward. Are there any other questions, comments? Okay, I have one question. Oh, Mr. Campbell, and then I'll come back to you. Okay, I would just like you to state what B1 says. I think this is important for the public to know. Once a parent or a community member fills out one of those pieces of paper asking that the book be removed or whatever, what happens to that book?
Oh, it is removed during the reconsideration process.
Thank you. I just think that's really important. So once a book is questioned, it is removed for the process to happen. Okay, Mr. Mel Campbell?
I want to make sure I understood what you just got as an answer. You mean it's going to be removed without the process taking place?
No, it's removed before the process takes place. So during that reconsideration process, so the 15-day window.
So seriously, people can protest that book 7 times during the year or 20 times during the year and get it.
Once in a 5-year cycle.
Different people?
No.
Just one protest?
Correct. So the way the state policy read,
Yeah.
was that once it goes through that full reconsideration process, it can't be resubmitted for complaint for 5 years.
So it's fully vetted with that one. Okay, my question was about Rachel's comment about some of the advanced courses and how their curriculum might have outliers in terms of content. And it's okay to have those outliers because the programs, Cambridge got its own program, we adopted it. How does that conflict or is confined with our state regulations? What allows that from a state perspective? Because my other question is, what about the students who are not privy to that advanced curriculum that have outliers and some content area that might exist at their level that is also not adopted by the state, but might be in programs?
So what I am hearing that we're not excluding the books at the accelerated level, Mr. Campbell. We do want to make the public recognize that some of the books listed on syllabi, should there be a test that you have to sit that is specifically tied to that book, it has a great likelihood of compromising the outcome of that student. Also recognize it, and I appreciate the emphasis on for students who may not be. Our goal is that we should have as many students as possible in high school sitting for accelerated coursework. That should be a goal, I believe, for each one of our high schools. So yes, we should build the capacity for that opportunity. Parents do have the right for opting out of assignments from all courses. Okay, but we just wanted to, as building on Dr. Wisniewski's question, was that accelerated coursework recognize that it is tied to other exams.
My questions the equity involved in the program. Every student who I may not be able to read let's just throw out a crazy book like Native Son.
Mm-hmm.
All right, because it's not in the regular curriculum, but here's a student at IB who is allowed to read that book because it is in the Cambridge curriculum.
Yeah, right, but it would be available in the library. And I don't believe this AR is talking about restricting what our children will have access to. Right, so it doesn't restrict to that regard. This is basically a request from someone who may not be in alignment to what we may have in a library. And we tried to put a process in place so that we could have the voice for some parents.
I'm just saying, parent could restrict it. A parent could ask for disqualification, disqualified, except for the Cambridge or the IB or whatever program allows it. And it gives those students an extent in our curriculum that's not allowed to other students. And to me, that's a problem. That's a problem.
So may I, Madam Chair?
Yes.
One of the opportunities we brought forward were bringing Cambridge ACE programs to our schools, which right now we have 2 high schools who are sitting with these courses, and 1 middle school has taken on the opportunity to do pre-Cambridge at the 6th grade for social studies. That would be Robert Smalls. The passing rate, especially for the general knowledge tests course that is established with Cambridge, has a significant high passing rate. It is highly recommended through Cambridge that all students have that opportunity to sit for that accelerated course first, because it builds their confidence, it builds practice. And I could share from having been at a school high minority, I had a 71% passing rate the first year, 72% the second year. So those courses are available for our students.
I'm not arguing
okay.
that at all.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I think what Mr. Campbell's asking is if somebody protests a book and it gets removed, they say, okay, but that particular book happens to be on the syllabus for one of the other, then,
but not removed.
yeah,
And
that's what he's,
qualified for that book.
is that what you're, I think that's
Okay.
what he was asking.
So if we're
That's
talking,
exactly what I'm asking.
Yeah.
I got you.
And I'm asking, is that equitable?
It's
One.
not.
Yeah.
Plus, because we have these programs, does the state allow it? Two, does the state allow that book to be okay for those particular students, but not okay for the other students? And three, how many books of that level do we have that's available to certain students that's not really going to be available if vetted to other students?
Okay.
How much overlap is there with those accelerated programs in terms of content? That's fundamental in my mind in terms of extending the basic knowledge of all of these children.
I don't have a direct answer for you only because we haven't gone through this process of requests of books to be reviewed.
That's something you think about.
Right,
as you
right.
go through the
But I
process.
think what you're stating is the purpose of having a large membership group to bring that type of questioning to the table, because as one makes it requests, how does it impact all of our other students?
Right.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. Campbell, after you, Mr. Earl Campbell?
Yes, am I correct? You saying that one person can have a book removed from a library?
It would go through committee review, sir. May make the requests. During that request process, which I believe the window is 15 days, that book will be held off the shelf under that review process that is being conducted. And then what the result of that committee will be the determinant outcome. Now, you could write a request that it could be for my school. You could write a request that it could be district-wide, let's say for middle school, or you could write a request that it could be district-wide for all schools. And we must consider all those requests that are brought forward by the public.
So one person comes to the school, and then this goes to the committee, and the committee make that decision to remove that book. What about the rest of the students in that school?
That's what lends to Mr. Campbell. Yes.
It doesn't make sense. What is people so afraid of? You know, it seems to me that folks are so afraid of telling the truth about history, period. History, I don't care whether you talk about this, the state, the United States, or world history. There's going to be some part of that history going to be negative. And I think that's the reason why we're having so much problem in this country today, because people don't know the history. You have adults in Beaufort County don't know the history of this county. Until that change, nothing else is going to change. Thank you very much.
Mr. Wisniewski?
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. I think I just wanted to provide a point of clarification that we're talking about library books, not necessarily textbooks. So to Mr. Campbell's point, I think that may or may not be maybe apples and oranges. But I know there's certainly some books I would not want my elementary child reading that are out there for public consumption. So that's, if as a parent, I would like the opportunity to have that reviewed. But I understand your point as
but that's
well.
up to the parents. That's not up to everybody in the community.
So my comment was in regard to the process of the materials recommendation committee. On I believe it's Roman numeral 4B, the part where the board comes into play is after the committee has reviewed the book and made its recommendation. So basically their report will be sent to the complainant, the superintendent, and the board. I would just ask that the complaint be provided to the board before the committee does its work. And my rationale for that is I received a request regarding a book that was in for distribution in the school district, and I asked for a copy of the book so I could read it myself. So I wouldn't want to, as a board member, get to the point where the materials committee has already done their work and they've already assessed this book, and I haven't even had an opportunity as a board member, an elected representative, to review that myself. So just a suggestion. I'm not sure if that's something that you all would consider, but I think that we should be involved a little bit earlier as opposed to after.
Mrs. Robine, may I?
Yes.
That's an easy addition to add actually to that room, to especially with the example you just put forward with Dr. Wisniewski. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Mr. Smith?
Just to understand it, what is once the book is pulled, what's the process? That's the, you know, could you walk me through that process? What does that look like?
So that's where the committee comes together to meet. So the committee, the outline of who could be represented on the committee. So that's laid out here. Then they meet to discuss. And again, since we haven't gone through the full process yet, we haven't done it yet to know all the parts and pieces yet. But they meet to discuss, look at the form of the complaint, and then depending on what the form reads and what they're questioning, that will drive what their committee has to discuss. Does that help?
Okay, and when that committee gets the meat of the information, then what's the process from there?
So they develop a report that's then submitted to the complainant, the school board, and the superintendent. So whatever the decision is out of that committee, they can submit that to them. So depending on what that decision is, if it is to remove, it stay removed, it stays removed. It's to return, they return the book.
Okay, and if that committee, say for instance, if they say remove, then they will tell who they report that to.
Yeah, so they report it to the superintendent, and then it reads down that the superintendent delivers that messages out to the schools.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any further questions? Hey, I don't see any. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Next on the agenda is the ad hoc combined north south of the Broad Committee. Colonel Guyer.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. The committee met on July 6th, and I would say the committee meeting was more of a brainstorming session. We looked at a lot of things that for this committee to do. We listed a lot of things, came out with 8 specific points that I sent out to the committee member. I collated and sent out to the committee members. And as we looked at them more, we said, you know, there's some issues here, because basically we were very redundant to what the standing committees do, the finance committee, the operations committee, the academics committee, the technology committee, all of whom are going to be looking at the pieces of this referendum. And so again, it is redundant. The only thing that the members have an advantage of is the members have visited every school. At least one of the member has been in every school, or you know, between the group. But so has the staff. So again, it's kind of redundant what we are going to be doing. And when you really look at it, it's kind of outside the bounds of the coherent governance model. So I'd like to ask the other committee members for their input. And I got a kind of maybe a possible suggestion after they've had a chance to say something. So Dr. Quaz, would you like to start?
Sure. Thank you, Colonel Guyer. Your summary just now was excellent, and it was a brainstorming meeting. And afterwards, you kindly kind of summarized what had been discussed and put that into I believe it was like 8 bullet points or so. And as you know, thinking more about it, I corresponded with you some by email after that. And I also think that the committee listings that you had, or excuse me, the responsibilities, or I don't know exactly what word to use, really under coherent governance should be the work of the CEO, i.e. our superintendent and his staff, as opposed to being a board committee and the responsibility of board members. And as I also mentioned, I really think we have a blueprint for a successful referendum with the 2019 referendum. And I think we should follow that process rather than try to reinvent the wheel. And I think there are two main important things with a successful referendum. And those are, I got them here in my notes, public involvement and board superintendent trust. Those are key to getting a referendum passed. And we saw that in 2019. And Dr. Berg solicited board members to provide him constituents recommendations. I think it was 2 for each of us, so he could form a community project review committee. So that would be a superintendent committee, not a board committee. And they can incorporate into their work review of the projects that weren't placed on the 2019 referendum list that was put together by Dr. Berg and ultimately the board approved. And, Dr. Rodriguez can do it in a similar manner. He may well need to get consultants involved to do this. And we already have some real estate consultants on board with our district. We have somebody who's basically an expert in school real estate that's not local. Then we have a local realtor. So I think we have a good combination of everything. And I really think ultimately the Dr. Rodriguez will put together a good committee and ultimately, and as you said, the other committees will perhaps the standing committees of operations, finance, et cetera, will end up reviewing some of the issues that arise. So I'm really starting to think we really don't need this committee. And that was not my initial thought. So, and I appreciate, Dick, you put it in a lot of effort and thought to the committee.
Mr. Campbell?
Well, I agree with Dr. Ross, because I think superintendent can have a committee and then come back to the board with their recommendation. Now, I know that there's going to be some issues that some of us may not agree with, but we can go from there. And if we have any concern, then we have to deal with it.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to suggest, exactly what you said. It seems to me that when all the committees have met, both from the staff and the individual standing committees have met, and the superintendent has a draft major proposal, this committee might be called a true ad hoc committee that the superintendent would go to the chair and say, I'd like to have a committee, listen to our first draft before I bring it to the full board so I can kind of have a little feedback and then maybe make some changes before the full board gets it. So it would be just a pure ad hoc committee that would be called based on when the superintendent felt that he just needed to get a little board input for the whole package. Now, there's going to be incremental pieces that'll be talked about in the technology and operations and so on, but it would just be a tool for him to say, oh, I hadn't thought about that, or the board wouldn't be, too excited about that particular piece, or have you thought about such things from a board perspective? But that's the only, perhaps, and that's really up to the full board if they even want that to happen. That's just a suggestion.
Do you have any motion, or are you just going to leave it?
I don't really have a motion. What I would suggest is that just be a suggestion, and that the superintendent, if he determines that he would like to do that, would bring it up to the full board at that time.
Dr. Wisniewski.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. I think the only comment and concern that I have is that this is all, we drive the district by policy and by the creation of committees that provides for an additional level of transparency with the public and people to be engaged in the process, to see the process. when you house things predominantly just at the district administrative level, that may or may not happen. And so and this is it's not a slight or anything. I'm just saying that the committees provide for an additional level of openness for public involvement. And that is one of the things that's very important for a successful referendum. Public trust in the superintendent and in the board comes from transparency, and that leads to accountability on the things. I understand the purpose. I think that the only thing is we need to be clear what the process looks like. Are we saying now that the ad hoc combined north-south of the broad committee is going to be a sort of kind of committee for right now until Dr. Rodriguez decides to call upon it? Or what is the directive is my question. What is the board saying we want to be the future of this committee? What do we want Dr. Rodriguez to use this committee for? I think we just need to be clear in what we're directing Dr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Strubinger.
Thank you. I move that we dissolve this committee until a need arises. We can't have committees, according to coherent governance, we can't have committees that are called by the superintendent. So until we feel that there's a definite need, I would just dissolve this committee. It doesn't seem like we're going anywhere with it.
I'll second that.
Any discussion? Mr. Mel Campbell?
Well, I'd like to, know what the purpose of the committees was in the first place. I think when we organized that ad hoc Bluffton committee, it was about growth and projections long-term. And as a board, I think our long-term view should be a lot further than what the superintendent's view might be, because he might not be here long-term, and we should be designing a long-term program for all of the children in the district 20 years from now. And I don't think it was about the next most recent most applicable recommendation or referendum from the superintendent. I think our goal would be to project where we're going to be beyond the next referendum that he might bring in, and what kind of growth we're going to have, what kind of schools we're going to have open, what kind of schools we're going to have. And I think that's why north of the broad, people visited those schools to see what's closable and what's not closable, and it may not be happening in the next referendum. So I think these committees are projection committees for the Board of Education, not necessarily the superintendent. You can use it, with his projection, and which his projection is minimized to a 10-year plan right now. And we can, relate to where that is with what we see and how we might want to change some of those things from what we see. So I don't, concur that it's absolutely useless. But if its scope was finite in terms of the next referendum, yeah, then it is useless. That committee talking about.
Ms. Fidrich?
Thank you. I don't agree with the dissolution of this committee. When you go back to when we met in May at Whale Branch Early College High School, there was some real excitement around the table about what this joint committee could look like and what its purpose could be. And so I'm going to read some of the notes from the draft meeting notes. And it says, and we had Ms. Carol Crutchfield and Mr. Robert Otting that suggested some ideas about the process of where do we go next? We have a whole lot of information from the south of the Broad, a whole lot of information from the north of the Broad. And some of the information that came forth was community input would be one of the focuses of this committee. And it says, spend time from now until the end of 2022-23 school year to engage the community through surveys, facilitated conversations in areas across the district, cluster areas, review facilities, master plan, big ideas, and get ideas from voices of the communities. And then it goes on to the next step would be the board develop another committee like the Community Project Review Committee to vet projects. So it was agreed upon that there would be a joint committee to transition from separate committees to move forward as one regarding referendum and future facilities planning. So I think there is a purpose for this, because when I came out of that meeting from Whale Branch Early College High School, I thought it was all about community involvement. Okay. And that's what I thought was going to be really the focus of this committee, was to get the community engaged. What's your vision for the schools in north of the Broad? What's your vision for the growth in Bluffton? And just start compiling that information and bringing it back to the full board. So I know it sounds like there's a lot of work put into it. And I listened to your original committee for the first joint one. I think there's a need for it for this committee. Perhaps this, the scope needs to be revised a little bit, maybe go back to the original intent behind the development of this committee. So I will not be voting for the dissolution of this committee.
Other comments, questions? Mr. Smith?
As I sit here and I listened to what the committee brought today, I was shocked. Speechless. In fact, this is one of the reasons why I said what I said. And I'm the only one who voted against combining these committees together, because I foresee this. I foresee something like this coming forth. I exactly what I envision is what was brought forth. What was brought forth today. The things that Mrs. Friedrich just read was some things that what they were things that was discussed at that meeting. However, you had different groups north and south of the Broad where they were focused on kind of different things, but I did not think that we were even there yet to bring it to a solid committee as what we have it as now, and to dissolve it, which comes back to question, well, will we go back to the north and the south and to figure some more out, and to have the area representatives to deal with their constituents, to bring them and bring them up and keep them abreast on things that are coming within their areas and regarding to where we're at. To me, that wouldn't be a bad thing. But to even bring it together and start doing some of what we're doing now, it just tells me that on this board that we have a lot of people that are in different places and have different ideas and different visions of where they are in terms of committees and things are aligning the steps to take this district to the next level. This right here is definitely a telltale to show that things that what we said that this committee might have be for is not the vision of what some people might have wanted to use this committee to get certain things done. And to me, this right here is some of the telling of that. I'm really have mixed emotions about both of them, because originally Mr. Campbell was spot on with what he said about what the committee was originally there for and the work that was being done, and Dr. Reneski as well, in terms of this was a board members committee in terms of constituents and what need to be done in dealing with the committee and board members, elected officials. We drive the decisions of our committees to the superintendent, to what we see, and so that we can work together to get things done. It appears to me, just in my vision, is what I see that some people's visions of this committee is to do strictly to what a lot of people have been talking about, what I've been saying 8 and 2 months ago, I mean, eight months and a year ago, is that some of us on this board has been pushing for a referendum. Reverend Ridley, I'm not sure, but that's exactly when we talk about coming up with a referendum group to do what we did years ago. It seems like that is what we're pushing to. There's a way how to do it, but timing is everything. I just want to let my colleagues know timing is everything. So with that, I've said a lot, but mainly to bring it home, my point is this is why I was not ready to move forward. Since firstly, secondly, if we're gonna go back to two small committees, I have no problem with it because I think there is work that could be done on Norfolk Broad and South Broad, and that we could have open discussions with our constituents moving forward. But to just keep it right now with what the chair of the committee and the vice chair and the other committee members is that right now they don't see the use for it, and if they don't see the use for it, then why try to force them and tell them to go on and do the work of the committee that they don't see that there's no work to be done. So I would definitely have to support that, because if we as a board member, if we gave our colleagues the task to go out and meet about it, and this is what they came back and said that there's no work, then at this point in time, I guess if we trust them on other things, then I guess we trust them on this and see where we go. Thank you.
Colonel Geyer.
Well, this is good. This is more brainstorming, and that's good. I think and I would go back to the chair and say, perhaps this needs to be a full board discussion, and have the board tell the committee what you want us to do, because right now I'm somewhat confused, and so maybe this is a work session kind of topic that could be discussed, and all matters be determined, and then we leave with, okay, here are the scope. This is what we want. This is the timeline we want it. If that's
Mr. Stribinger.
Thank you. I think Colonel Geyer hit the nail on the head. The board did not give this committee clear direction, obviously. So we need to have a discussion in a work session and develop a clear scope for the committee so that they know what the board wants. So it's our failure for not being clear on what we wanted this committee to do. So let's go back, talk about it, and come up with something clear. But there's no reason to have it right now. So until the next work session, there's no need for this committee until we do what we have to do as a board.
Dr. Wisniewski.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. I concur. I think that we should go back to the drawing board in the direction that was given to this new committee. I gave that report, and my apologies if I was not clear, but I do remember the meeting well where we all discussed with both committees. So I'd be happy to discuss it further and make it more clear. I agree with Tricia.
Mr. Smith.
I would definitely have to disagree. I believe that there was clear intention, and Dr. Reneski and the people, they were adamant, because I remember me begging the board not to even bring this up and take a vote on this. So there was clear direction on it. But like I said, that's why I asked the board not to bring those two committees together, because I feel that we were not ready to come together. So there was clear, and what Mrs. Fidget just read makes it obviously. If what she just read was things that were told and that was brought forth, then how could we not understand that those were things that committee moving forward was supposed to be putting together and brainstorming on and figuring out how to put that together? I mean, maybe I'm not understanding, or maybe I have laryngitis or something, but I mean, I do remember it being clear, but just saying that there was no clear direction. If we want to say that, yeah, it was a mistake made, or yeah, everybody need to go back to the board, I can understand that. But saying that there was not clear instructions given, absolutely not. I cannot sit up here and agree with that.
Dr. Glatz?
I move that we postpone this motion until we have the discussion at the next work session.
Okay. Second by Mr. Mel Campbell. Dr. Wisniewski?
Just a brief comment. I'd encourage all board members to go back and watch that joint committee meeting, just so that we're all very clear prior to bringing it back up.
All right, so the motion on the floor is to postpone the motion to dissolve, to postpone the motion to dissolve until the work session. Right? Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Middleton, aye.
Opposed? Okay. Opposed? Abstentions? Mr. Smith, what was your vote? Sorry.
I oppose it.
Okay. So it's 9-1. Mr. Smith opposed. Anything? Oh,
So
go ahead.
Robin, just that needs to be, what you have displayed there wasn't quite what I
Right,
said.
yeah.
No, motion to postpone dissolution of the committee, of the committee until the discussion takes place at the next work session.
Yeah. Until discussion takes place, or the discussion, well, whatever. Yeah. Motion to postpone maybe until the discussion takes, if we're going to put it that way, put an S on it. Oh, okay. Not showing up. Okay. All right. All right. Colonel Guyer, anything else?
Nothing else, thank you.
Mel?
Not a motion.
Yeah, that's what to postpone that,
On the motion that Colonel Dyer
no,
made.
which was, no,
No,
it was David.
Seconded.
Yeah, and it was
Somebody made it.
the motion.
David.
No, it was David.
seconded.
And the
David.
position, yeah,
Okay, all right.
trying to dissolve of the,
Actually, Madam Chair, how long are we postponing it to?
till the next work session.
Because I'm just asking because I was, in terms of telling you what I'm thinking that there's a time. That's why I was just thinking of it. It was wondering how long could we postpone it to, but
It till the next work session, which is scheduled for September 9th, I believe.
right. But when you that's, I want to say this is almost equivalent to point
of order, Madam Vice Chair.
Yes.
This motion has been disposed of. It's been voted on.
Thank you. I was just going to say. Okay, so we will move on. Operations, Trish Fidrich.
and
Yes,
just to
thank you.
And just to Mr. Chairman, just to your point of order, I was calling for clarity to make sure that we
But we
disposed of that.
already
But hold on,
voted.
but hold on, I was making sure that we voted on it in its entirety in the correct way. Because I know there were some things that I was thinking of, I just remember that if you table it, you can only table it with a certain period of time. Thank you for my education and for my clarity. I may not be, maybe with some and where others are. Thank
Dr.
you.
Grant?
I never used the word table.
Have to. That's what my memory went to. You didn't have to. Thank
Okay.
you.
So thank you, Madam
Okay,
Vice Chair.
we've disposed of this motion. We're moving forward to the operations report. Thank you. Yeah, we did.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah,
We did.
yeah, we did. Okay, Ms. Goodman.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Ms. Ingrid Boatwright, who is the chair, is not able to be here this evening, so I will bring forward the operations report. We met last week and you'll see in the consent agenda, we received OE 16.1 and 16.2 second quarter FOIA report. So that was sent to the consent agenda. The next item that we looked at was we had a discussion about the Beaufort High School entrance realignment traffic project because the engineers of that project brought forward some additional suggestions to the County Council Public Facilities Committee. They brought forward 5 recommendations for that realignment. We, the operations committee, had met with those engineers. I think the last time we met with them was in April. And at that time, they had brought forward 3 recommendations. So we have never seen the entire 5 recommendations. And also at that meeting in April, we did ask some questions about right-of-way and easements and things like that. And we have yet to receive the answers. So in your packet this evening is a letter that is crafted that I'm going to make a motion that this letter be sent to the County Council Public Facilities Committee, as well as Mr. Eric Greenway, the county administrator. So I will read the letter for purposes of putting it into the record. Of course, it will start out with Dear County Council members and so on. On June 20th, Beaufort County Council's Public Facilities Committee was presented with the assessment and recommendations for the Beaufort High School entrance realignment traffic project. While this project will have substantial impact on the school campus and student safety, the school district was not a part of the discussion. In April of 2021, the Beaufort County School Board's Operations Committee had a similar presentation from the J. Braggs Consulting Group. At that time, we shared our concerns and asked questions that remain unanswered. None of this feedback or the issues raised by the school district were part of the discussion with County Council. We concur with the opinion of the County Council members that there is no perfect solution to this problem. However, the Beaufort County School Board is committed to ensuring that issues of student safety are at the forefront of any traffic planning proposals. Until the school district receives more clarification and a response to the issues regarding safety, right-of-way, and a clearer understanding of the proposed designs, we cannot support any of the alternatives as currently presented. The intent of this letter is to make the Beaufort County Council aware of impediments that could arise from moving forward without taking the impact to the school campus into consideration. We feel instead this project could present an opportunity not only to solve a long-standing traffic problem, but for County Council and the Beaufort County School District to come together and act in the best interest of our community as a whole. We request that further discussions regarding the Beaufort High entrance realignment include input from the Beaufort County School District. So I move that this letter be accepted to be sent to the County Council Public Facilities Committee and to the county administrator.
Seconded.
A second by Will Smith. Discussion. Dr. Wisniewski.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. I just had a couple questions that I wanted to get clarification on. So you said this would go to the committee, the Public Facilities Committee, and to Eric Greenway. My suggestion would be that it goes to full council, because it seems in some of my experience or our experience that things that aren't seen by full council or sent to committees may or may not be shared amongst all. I also think that in the first sentence, we need to be clear about who presented. I know we mentioned the J. Braggs Consulting Group, but it's not clear in the first sentence that that's who presented to the Beaufort County Council's Public Facilities Committee. It's the same, correct? Okay. I just think maybe we need to add their name in the first sentence to make it clear that we received the same info. And then the last sentence where it requests further discussions regarding this, include input from, it says the Beaufort County School District, and I don't know if we want to add the board as well, since we are the one sending the letter. And those are just my suggestions.
Okay, let's see. Go ahead. Yes.
Ms. Brobine, the reason that we had talked about sending it to the Public Facilities Committee is because they just recently had the presentation from the engineers, and they had many questions themselves. So we know that the engineering group is going to go back to that committee and with some of their thoughts and answers to the question. My only concern about sending it to the full county council at this time is that any council members that were not present at that would just kind of be like, what, what is this letter? So, I mean, whatever the board wants, but that was just a recommendation of
yeah. Go ahead.
I just wasn't sure what the status of it was from that committee to their council. So I didn't know if it was going to be coming forward to them and there was going to be a decision made. I wanted to head things off if we could.
Yeah, thank you. And I do appreciate that because I did not attend that meeting, but I watched it later on. And there were several county council members, Mr. Glover, Ms. Howard, just to name a few that had so many questions about all 5 alternatives because the engineers are recommending alternative number 4. Well, we've never even seen alternative number 4. So it is it's going back to committee first. It is nowhere near ready to go to full county council.
Dr. Glatz.
So Tricia, did you write the letter?
No, I did not.
Okay, can I ask who did?
It was, I think, kind of a joint effort between Ms. Boatwright and Mr. Otting provided some input.
Okay. Yeah. No, I just wanted to thank whoever wrote it.
So I wish I could take some credit, but
okay.
no.
So my comments would be, I really think the letter would be fine with removing everything in the last paragraph except for the last sentence. And I just feel like it's the rest is a little bit almost implying that we don't come together and act in the best interest. And I would just remove everything except for that last sentence. So I will make a motion to amend the letter to remove, as I just said, the last paragraph except for the last sentence.
I'll second that. Okay, any discussion on that motion?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I am not really in tune to support this motion just because of the matter of which this letter was written in. I believe that they want to make it clear, and from what I got from watching the meeting, I don't believe I was there. I was there fully, but I watched it. I watched this part of it, and I believe I watched that. And what the reason why they were saying this, and I believe that our chair as well was he interjected as well in it as well. But I believe the point of sending that is to let them know that we do understand that we do hold just as much skin in the game as they do. So therefore, this is something that we should work on. And I think that this is in line with the letters that we've sent them in the past. And I don't think that is that much different than just letting them know that and in this point in time, we have a lot of skin in the game as well. And this will affect us in how we operate our schools. So therefore, I believe that we want to be at the table to some degree and moving forward. And that's what I got from that meeting. And this is not what the William Smith was saying. That's from listening to the conversation and dissecting it and processes and understanding. That's what I got from it, what is written in this bottom piece. And if I'm wrong, then someone can speak now and help me clear my memory who was at that meeting in terms of what was written in that bottom paragraph. Thank you.
Any other comments? Mr. Earl Campbell?
The last time the engineers met with us, this board, they said they would come back to us They never did. You know, so, I mean, it's not our fault. It's their fault. Thank you.
Any other comments? Ms. Middleton, Mr. Stribinger, I don't see any hands.
No.
Okay. All right. So the motion on the floor right now is the amended motion. Made the motion to amend the letter by removing the contents of the last paragraph with the exception of the last sentence. And the except for the last. Okay. So all those in favor of that motion, the amended motion, signify by saying aye.
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 And aye. Okay, so that's 5, I believe. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay,
Madam Chair, who's your 5?
Angela and David Stribinger, Mr. Campbell, myself, and Tina.
Okay.
Okay. Earl Campbell.
Earl.
Okay. All those opposed? So it's 5-5. So it fails.
Yep.
Okay, so we go back to the original motion, which is to send the letter that was read into the record. With the suggested changes, I mean, what are we going to do with that? Yeah. Okay.
Right. I just want to make sure that everybody's good with the change in the last sentence to add and school board. Or board, excuse me, you don't have to say school.
So it's an amendment.
Yeah.
Dr.
Just add and
was-
board to the last
us-
sentence.
Yep. Okay, so the motion on the table is to, sorry, the amendment. I don't know. We're voting on the amendment, correct? So all those in favor of the, Mr. Stribinger, were you trying to say something and I didn't see you?
Ma'am.
Okay, so the motion on the table is to submit the letter as written with the amending of the addition, with the addition of the last, the board to the last sentence, right? Okay. So let's give Robin a chance to put that up there and see if we're.
And Kathy, we can't, those of us virtually can't see what's on the screen because it looks like it says Robin's screen is sharing. We can hear what you're saying. but
Okay.
We can't see a motion.
Okay, it's not up yet, but
No, but it's been, our screen has been black with just
Tricia did.
Robin sharing for a while.
okay. Okay.
I'm seeing the
Angela,
motion.
can you see?
It's like she's muted, but like she's saying that she doesn't see it.
Angela, can you see it now? Yeah.
Look like
Angela-
she's frozen.
Yeah. Angela, you look like you're frozen and muted. You see it?
No,
Okay.
I still don't see it.
I
What I'm
think-
gonna do is once we vote, I'm gonna come back in.
Yeah, she doesn't see it. Okay, but it's not written correctly.
board.
Yeah. Yeah, well, we want. Yeah. And board in quotes, please. Okay, the motion reads, and David can see it, but you can't, Angela, so I don't know how that's working. Oh. Yeah, maybe it's, Rachel suggested that perhaps you could see it in board docs.
Just move.
Okay,
just
the
move forward.
motion
Just move-
reads, okay. I move that the Board of Education approve the letter and have it sent to the County Council Public Facilities Committee regarding Beaufort High School entrance redesign with the addition of adding "and board" to the last sentence. Okay, so all those in
I have a
favor?
question.
Yes, Mr. Smith?
Oh, I was going to ask, I know that she said she wanted to, Dr. Vineski said that she wanted to go to county council. I didn't have a problem with that. Did that need to be in there or no?
May I just suggest that we send it to the Public Facilities Committee? We'll copy in the entire county council and Eric Greenway.
Yes.
Sounds good.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Okay, all right. At this time, we'll vote on the motion. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Yeah. Mr. Stribinger, aye. Angela
Aye.
Middleton,
Abstain, because I can't see the motion.
okay, abstain. So we have 9-1, the motion passes, and then that takes away the original motion, I believe, disposes of it. Okay,
Okay, and lastly, no, I guess that concludes the Operations Committee report.
moving right along, we move to the Policy Committee report.
Right,
Ms.
that's why I
Goodrich?
was like,
Yeah.
and, because I knew there was more. I will seriously try to make this concise. We have several recommendations for changes to policy to bring forward. So the first one, let's just jump right into it. The first one is GC 2.15. You guys will see that in your packet, and that policy actually says the board by majority vote may revise or amend its policies at any time. A proposed policy revision will be discussed, and then the change we're recommending is in blue, as you can see, at a board meeting and remanded to the policy committee. The policy committee will bring forth a recommendation to the full board. So the reason this even came up was, if you all recall, that the technology committee brought forward a change to the OE. They want to change the name and some of the policies within. And our old policies used to say we had to have 3 readings. So when they brought that forward, we were all kind of like, okay, so I believe that's been changed. So let's go back and review that. So as you can see from here, we don't need 3 readings. We went away from that. But any policy recommendation for revision or amendment will be discussed at a board meeting, then sent to the policy committee, and the policy committee will bring forth a recommendation to the full board. So I move that the board accept the changes to GC 2.15.
I second. Any discussion? Dr. Guatz?
2 things. So I understand this and the intent, and I think it's fine. I just don't think the word remanded is the best, is correct.
It was a little strong. I mean, the
Yeah,
Supreme Court used
because
it,
that
so
means
we
it goes
decided to
back
adopt it.
And it's never been there at the policy level. And assigned, I think, is a better word, to the policy committee to bring forth the recommendation to the full board. I also think that, and Ms. Cartledge can correct me if I'm wrong, if you're changing policy, I believe you have to have it posted on the, even though you don't necessarily have to have 3 readings, I believe a FOIA requirement is to post it on the agenda, that there's going to be, a consideration of changing policy. So, but I guess when the policy committee came back to the full board, it could be posted, right?
So you're suggesting that when we said recommended motion for change to GC 2.15 on the agenda, that doesn't satisfy that requirement?
I'm sorry, say that again.
If I understood you correctly, Dr. Watts, you said that there's a FOIA requirement that the policy has to be on the agenda, correct? Has to be posted?
If you're changing it, I believe, or I think then I believe that you then would have to have like a 2/3 vote. You don't need 3 readings. That's
Right.
correct. It's, but the public has to be aware.
So this doesn't satisfy that on the agenda, that there's going to be motion for changes to GC 2.15?
Yeah, look on the agenda, that's what she's talking about.
I'm probably misunderstanding.
Oh,
you.
no,
I'm
no, no.
sorry.
Yeah, no, but I mean, going forward. No, I think it's fine on today's agenda, but if we're going to be changing policies in the future, it has to be posted on the agenda.
The actual wording? Is that what
Or that there's consideration for, am I right? Yeah. Yeah, that, the board is considering a change to policy on, I don't know, teacher leave, or I don't know, whatever it is. But I do think you have to have it posted. You can't just not tonight. You've got it on there, but going forward. So.
Well, so it is a change, but it seems, so this doesn't, I guess.
Well,
my confusion is,
does the public have access to this tonight before the meeting? Yeah.
okay.
I don't know.
No, but our entire policy manual is online.
Right.
So you see that there's recommended motion for changes to GC 2.15. So a person in the community could look up our policies and look that up and say, oh, they're talking about changing it.
Yeah, no, I don't have a problem with that. Okay.
I am
maybe I'm
misunderstanding you.
not communicating well. I don't have a problem with the way it's presented tonight. Just if the policy committee comes back to the full board and they think we need to change GC 2.15 again, then it needs to be stated as such on the agenda. They can't just come back and hear the policy committee, has recommendations that aren't posted in advance. The whole idea is the public needs to be informed in advance of policy changes. And I think you did it here. And I just think remanded is the wrong word. I think it should be assigned. Okay. Okay. That's it. So I'll just.
Yeah. And Dr. Wisniewski. Oh, okay. David?
I agree. As Tricia knows, I agree that assigned is a better word than remanded. And I don't see any posting issue, because we have discussions at the board meeting and somebody says, hey, you know what, we need a policy on this. And then it goes to the policy committee. And then when the policy committee brings it back, it's posted. So
exactly.
I think
that's all I'm saying.
Right.
Maybe
we meet all the requirements, but I think assigned is probably a better word.
And I don't think we need an amendment for that, everybody. Let's just change it.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
So,
all right. Okay. So there is a motion on the floor to accept the changes to GC 2.15. No? Wait.
Sorry, point of order.
Yes.
So our current policy states that to change policies, this is going to get a little confusing. The board by majority vote may revise or amend its policies at any time. A proposed policy revision, which this is, will be discussed at one session of the board prior to being approved at a subsequent board meeting. So whatever we're doing right now is technically a first reading. It's a discussion on this proposed policy, and it needs to be approved at a subsequent meeting, 2 readings. Did that make sense to everybody?
Well,
That's what our present policy is. I think that we did fine with the way we've posted it on our agenda. We've done our first reading. Tricia has the language change on remanded. And so at the next meeting, when it comes forward, it'll say assigned, and that will be the finalization of that policy, is my understanding of how the process should work.
Okay. I thought we came up with this idea from a previous board meeting, right? And it was sent to committee. It was sent to committee then, I thought, but whatever.
You know what? It really is, I think, a matter of interpretation, but I really thought that we discussed having to have this in policy committee. So when the technology thing came up the other meeting, I think we need to revisit the policy on how many times you have to bring something up regarding change of policy. And so it kind of was discussed at that. It got sent, not remanded, got sent to the policy committee, and now we're bringing it back. I don't know.
That's what I think.
I think the determination should be, was that not the
Right.
first time that we discussed changing this policy?
Mr. Strivenger.
I agree. I think that the initial discussion was had. It was assigned to committee. I think that that's, that initial reading and then voting has been satisfied. But I would say that if that's the interpretation we agree upon, then we wouldn't be accepting this. We would approve it.
Okay.
Because we accept ARs, but we approve these kinds of things.
Okay.
Then I'm good with that then.
Okay, did you make the motion already on this? You did. Okay. All right. So we approve the changes to policy GC 215. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Okay. Opposed? Abstain? Okay. Mr. Smith, I'm sorry, I did not see your vote. Okay. Motion passes 9-1. William Smith abstains.
Thank you.
But what? Okay, Dr. Wisniewski.
Sorry, just point of clarification. So on GC 2.15, there's also O, which was the public comments portion of it. Or
Yeah, that's a different number.
is that because in board docs, it's,
No, 2.23.
it's all under, okay. It's under this,
Okay.
the page numbers are all,
Yeah, all the
Wonky.
pages aren't here.
okay. Sorry, guys.
Okay.
Just making sure we're on the right, I'm approving the right things.
Okay.
I appreciate you checking my 6. So, all right. So the next item is GC 2.23, and that has to do with public comment. That was brought up at a previous meeting about now that we have instituted having public comment by phone, and that was a silver lining perhaps out of the COVID era, to be able to have people that, have public comment and not have to be here in person. And so we had nothing in our policy that talked about requesting to have public comment by phone. So the discussion we had was that basically what you see here in blue was taken directly from what is written on the agenda. Okay, that is distributed so that everyone knows how to contact Ms. Cushenberry to have public comment by phone. So I'm bringing this for your consideration and for a motion to approve the changes to GC 2.23.
Mr. Guyer, seconds. Discussion?
I have a question.
Okay. Mr. Campbell?
I just
So, Mr. Campbell, please feel free to make either a material change would require, I think, an amendment, just a little change we could just do. So what are you suggesting?
suggesting that accepted and sending is how you special public comment is accepted. Accepting is us 5 and 5:30. And now you said by sending. You know, just somewhere in there, participants are sending the email. Somewhere I put sending before accepted. You know, I put the part where the person is doing the requesting is sending their email before we are accepting. Right there is confused. If you read, I read it. Whether the people who are accepting it or sending. Accepted between 5 and 5:30 p.m. by sending. Something wrong.
So thank you for that, Mr. Campbell. I see where you're going. I don't have a problem because if you get rid of a lot of those prepositional phrases, it says requests will be accepted. And then, you know, by sending an email. I mean, it just kind of, if you narrow it down. So I don't have a problem with it, but if you'd like to add language, please make a recommendation.
Dr. Gladz, I'm looking at the thing here. Yeah.
Yeah, so I think something that would streamline this and make it more general, because this is assuming that the meeting is always starting at 6. Okay, that's one thing this paragraphs here because of the time frames that were put in here. So I just think request for public comments participation by phone. Or so will be made or will be posted on the agenda, or the method for making, just cut all this and just make it real simple and just say that the public comments participation can be made by phone and the process is posted on the agenda. And that way you cover whether the meeting's at 4 p.m., 2 p.m.
Right.
It's
On whichever.
yeah, exactly. It's all on the agenda.
I think that's an excellent point. We really didn't, the committee, we didn't think about, well, our work sessions start at 9. So I tell you what, I'm going to withdraw this motion and take it back to committee and we'll reword it. Thank you, Dr. Gladz.
You're very welcome.
Dr. Wisniewski.
So was this something that was this a first discussion or is this a second discussion going back to policy? I'm just trying to make sure for clarification in the future. If we bring it back, is that it?
Yeah, it was sent to policy committee. It was sent to policy committee. So, yeah.
So this could be remanded.
Okay.
All right. Excellent suggestions, everybody. Thank you very much. Moving on. Let's go to OE 6.16. You guys probably are, okay, we're talking about this once again, and I admit I'm the one that's been the dog with the bone about this one. I just thought that with our current processes with 8%, that this policy was not clear. So this certainly has been in front of us several times, Dr. Wisniewski, and I have to give credit where credit's due. Ms. Robine made a recommendation for what you see in blue there, unless otherwise directed by the board. And I believe that is a beautiful thing, and that makes it all very clear. So I make a motion, board accept the changes to OE 6.16 as written.
I'll second.
Approved. Yep. A second by Dr. Quads. Okay. All right. Any discussion about the motion on the floor? Okay. At this time, we are voting on approval of the change to policy OE 6.16. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Middleton, aye.
Okay. Okay, that's unanimous, 10-0.
Okay, and lastly, from the policy committee, we also bring forward a motion to approve the changes for OE 17. Now, this gets into a little bit of that foggy foggy because this was brought forward by the technology committee to have administrative technology OE 17 now changed to technology services OE 17. So as a result of this, the first question was, how do you change policy? So now the second question is, the policy committee looked at these two policy changes. So we are recommending that we make this policy change. That makes sense? I make it perhaps too complicated, but I move the board approve the changes to OE 17.
Seconded.
Mr. Smith, second.
Okay, so can you explain what is it now this second page?
Yeah, so this was already brought forward to us from the technology committee.
Okay.
And we probably would have voted on it right there, but the red flag was raised. Wait a minute, this is policy. How do you change policy? That's why it came to the policy committee and we worked on GC 2.15 first. How do you change policy? Now we are bringing this forward from the policy committee to recommend this change that was brought to us from the technology committee. So this one, technology services, is the new one.
And that's going to replace
administrative technology.
This whole page.
Right.
Okay, thank you. That's what I wanted to know. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Rachel?
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. I'm going to be down on this. Sorry, I'm going to be down on this because I think that the present policy includes some stronger language in regard to protection of minors. And there's certain things that are named in there that, and full disclosure too, I had to leave the policy committee prior to the vote being taken on this one. So I did not engage in the conversation there, but I don't agree with the full swap. So I'm going to be down on this today. Thank you.
Any other comments? Yes.
And also just for everybody's awareness, I am not on the technology committee. So any of those types of questions that were brought to technology, to the policy, would probably have to go back to technology and say, what did you mean by that? So how do you want it? What's your recommendation on handling this then? You're just going to vote against this? This is what technology brought forward to us.
Understood. And I didn't engage in any conversations with technology on that. I think that it needs to be tighter when we're talking our technology and the amount of dollars that we expend there and students. Thank you.
Dr. Gladz?
Yes. So Rachel, I think you've made a very good point. Because you're basically like on this old policy, OE 17, number 8 was, unauthorized online disclosure and really safety issues. So I agree with you. I think it needs still some, tweaking or whatever word you want to use, because I think that's super important for our students to be protected.
Perhaps we need a motion to send this back to technology committee. Mr. Smith?
Actually, I'm on the technology committee, and I believe there was the reason. I believe there was a reasoning that it was worded the way it was worded, and I can't remember because this meeting was so long ago that they gave us that the technology committee, the technology department gave us certain wording to a certain direction to, because also we were in terms of being in compliance of the coherent governance that we're up under as well. So I believe that everything was on here was specifically put on here with the intentions of corresponding to the things that on the second form. So I do remember that, and I do remember which Ms. Boras said, I do remember some of those questions was talking about. Possibly we talked about some of those questions that y'all just posed before us that possibly would come before us when we brought that up. But also, one of the things I do remember that I think it was more in terms of it being under coherent governance to changing to when we put more emphasis on it. But I see Mr. Scrivener have his hand. I'm not sure if he's going to speak to that.
Mr. Stribinger, go ahead.
Thank you. I think this needs to go back to policy. and they need to meet with technology and straighten, and get more clarity. So I can't vote for it.
Would you like to make a motion?
Is there a motion on the floor?
There is a motion on the floor.
There's a motion.
Yeah, that's
There's
what
a motion to accept,
To approve it.
to approve it. Tricia says she can withdraw it.
And you want me to make a motion?
Do we need a motion to,
Send it back?
to
See
if anybody's
go back?
to that.
No.
we send it back to policy to resolve differences with the technology committee.
Okay. That's what we'll do.
Is that a motion?
I don't think we need a motion. She pulled it, so
Okay.
Tricia pulled it, so I don't think we just have that understanding. Okay.
Lastly, just I want to let everybody know that we are having a policy committee meeting on Thursday. Okay, as if you haven't heard enough about policy. However, you know what? We decided that we needed one meeting solely dedicated to the discussion of GC 3.8, OE 8.10, and AR OS 28 in regard to naming of schools, mascots, colors, and adjunct facilities, including discussion about logos. So that is the sole agenda item, Thursday, 5 o'clock here at the district office or hybrid. Thank you.
Okay. Results committee, Dr. Glatz.
Yes, thank you, Madam Vice Chair. So the Results Committee met last week and the superintendent was in attendance. Daniel Fallon presented Beaufort County School District's relative rankings within the state of South Carolina for the 2018, 2019, and 2020-2021 school years. It's important to note that rankings cannot be interpreted as adequate achievement or progress. The 2021 Superintendent Annual Evaluation Instrument is included in your packet tonight. It was developed and then modified to include the coronavirus pandemic-related adjustments approved by the superintendent and the full board. The pandemic responses were added to each of the 5 areas of professional practice, and the measurable components of the evaluation were not used. The Results Committee now recommends to the full board for the 2021-2022 superintendent evaluation, and that will be used this fall, that the modified professional practice portion continue to be used and the measurable component of financial oversight be reinstated, with the professional practice portion weighted at 85% and the financial oversight measurable component weighted at 15%. The committee plans to meet in the fall after the state assessments become publicly available and then bring forth any recommendations to the board and superintendent regarding the 2022-2023 Superintendent Annual Evaluation Instrument, which will be used in the fall of 2023. The committee has already reviewed the data on teacher recruitment and retention available this year. Therefore, I move that the full board approve the 2021-2022 Superintendent Evaluation Instrument with the following changes as brought forth by the Results Committee. 1, continue to use the modified professional practice portion with the pandemic responses. 2, reinstate the measurable component of financial oversight. And 3, weigh the professional practice portion at 85% and the financial oversight measurable component at 15%.
I second.
Any discussion or questions?
Mr. Smith?
Okay.
Bless you.
At this time, I can't support it because of the fact of of us putting the financial oversight back into it because we know it benefits us. You know, I think that we tell the superintendent a year out what we're going to evaluate him on for a reason. And that's almost like saying, if my question was, if we start this year, it's almost like we're opening Pandora's box. Next year, if we know that something does not benefit him, do we pull it out? Because that's kind of what we did this year. We put it in because we know that that he was in the finance, that he was in the finance, and it looked good. So we added because we know the job was done. Okay, if we know the job was done, then that's understandable. And you know what we understand doesn't have to be said. I mean, you can put that in this print in your personal opinions or on your personal evaluation. But to me, to put that in there, it's kind of, I think that there's a gray area there. So I'm a little leery. I'm a little leery about adding that finance piece in there, because at the meeting it was said, well, we know that he did it even through the pandemic and so on and so on. So that's why we're going to add it back. So I'm a little, you know, if we told him that it was that this is what you're going to be judged on next year, and if he gave him that time, and now because that, it's almost like you tell a kid, well, but yeah, let me give you an idea. I can give you exactly where I'm going at with it. If you tell a kid, look here, you need to read 5 books to go on a trip, and the kid reads 6 books.
I don't know. Keep going, please.
Okay.
Can you kind of try and wrap it up? Your point, because we have 2 other people that want to talk.
That's why I said what I need to say.
Okay. Ms. Fidrick?
Thank you. Just 2 questions. So was it a unanimous on the committee to present this?
Yes, it was. And we had, it was discussed, you know, by the committee, and yes, it was unanimous. And Dr. Rodriguez was present because he's got to approve any changes, and he did not object.
Okay.
And the percentages were calculated. I got Kathy's input since she was previously the chair of this committee. And it just made the most sense that to come up with this number, because if you I can get into the details,
no,
but
I
it
don't know.
gets kind
Those
of,
are really 2 very simple questions.
Yeah.
So I mean, was it unanimous?
Yes,
And then
it was
Dr.
unanimous. And
Rodriguez.
then after the meeting, Kathy and I had a discussion about what was the fairest way to have the weighting, because you had to include weighting back, and we didn't add all the things back, so you couldn't use the prior weighting necessarily.
Right.
But we did end up using the 15%, which therefore made the other part, the practice, let me just be sure the practice, professional practice areas had to then be 85% to make the 100%.
And just the comment that I think that in evaluating a superintendent of a $250 million budget, you have to have financial, a score for finance. And also too, as far as, you know, I think in teaching, you know, you never want to do a gotcha. You know, the best way is you tell the kids, what are you going to be tested on? What are you going to be tested on? You know, and give them the opportunity to succeed. So thank you for all your hard work. I honestly think this is the most difficult committee we have on the board. So thanks for your work.
Mr. Stribinger?
Thank you. I want to strongly object to Mr. Smith's insinuation that the finance piece was put back in there to somehow favor the superintendent. The finance piece is put back in there because it could be. The point is we want to get to measurable components. The other 2 measurements were invalid, but this one was valid, so it was put back in, and that's the goal. It wasn't put in there to favor the superintendent. That's just obnoxious that you would say that. I don't think you know what you're talking about. And I'm sorry, I'm a little emotional on that, but I'm tired of hearing that kind of stuff. I put a lot of time and effort, as other members did, in coming up with measurable results. And so the sooner we can get back to using the measurable results, the closer we'll be to the fundamental underpinning of coherent governance. It's about results. So, if you can use a result and you have valid statistics, then you use it. Thank you.
Dr. Wisniewski.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. I appreciate all the work that you all did, and I agree with David about bringing us more back towards measurable results. And to that point, I do think that the teacher recruitment and retention component score should be added back in. That's just my personal belief. I think that there was a lot of work that was done during the course of the pandemic to make sure that we tried to lessen the impact. The district brought forward some great recommendations for compensating our teachers during that time. And the board heard them. And I think the superintendent and his staff did a great job. I know that we've consistently asked too throughout that course of the pandemic, what do we look like now in terms of staffing in comparison to the prior years? So I think that is something that we can measure and something we can all objectively look at and gauge Dr. Rodriguez on. So I would be of the mindset that we add back in teacher recruitment and retention at this time. Thank you.
Dr. Glatz.
Yes, I'd like to address that. First, David Stribinger, I agree 100% with the remarks you just made. Two, Dr. Wisniewski, the committee did discuss the teacher recruitment and retention and felt unanimously, or I shouldn't say felt, agreed unanimously that it should be added back in the next evaluation instrument, because now we have a baseline after this year. We didn't really have a baseline during the pandemic for which to measure the improvement or progress with teacher retention and recruitment. So that is our plan, is to, in the fall, bring back to the full board, like we are tonight, the recommendation to add back teacher recruitment and retention from this, from this measurable component for the 2023 instrument. And the reason we're holding off till then is because we're waiting for the state assessments to come in, because then also we probably, hopefully, will be able to recommend adding back the student achievement portion as well. So that, yes, we agree. The committee agrees with you. And yes, that's our intention, but didn't feel that it could really be added to the evaluation in just a few months, because we didn't really have a baseline a year ago for which to measure up against. Okay.
Mr. Mel Campbell, did you want to say something?
Yeah, we actually looked at the teacher retention data too, and it wasn't significant in terms of what you would have expected during the pandemic. But we looked at it in terms of at the end of the pandemic, we're here and we've made a lot of pay incentive to really focus on teacher retention and be a better time to start a baseline from this year going forward in terms of teacher retention. And yeah, that the same thing with the finance part, the financial part, we decided that, no better time to put it back in. It always has been a part. And now when, he had some money that he had, to caretake, particularly the ESSA fund. So we need to look at that and see what happened with that in terms of what our opinion was of how it was handled. Not because he did anything favorable or unfavorable, but at the time we get a different little scope to look at in terms of what we would be looking at. So that was part of why we made those decisions.
It looks like we're ready to vote.
No, I have a
Mr.
question.
Smith?
Yeah. So I have a question for clarification. So teacher retention will not be in this evaluation, correct?
That's correct.
Right. Okay. So now, So my question is, since they felt so strongly about the comment Mr. Scrivener just made about me, what's the process then when you first made this tool till now? The reason why you re-added the financial piece, because there was a comment made, because I attended the meeting and I listened, and I longed and slept on it and thought about it. So my question to you is, what was the process, and what was the process the first time making this recommendation? I mean, this evaluation packet. What was the process the first time, and then what was different about the process the second time to make you want to add the financial piece on there? Because I remember I also mentioned at the meeting about, I talked to two as well about putting the teacher retention, and I agree when y'all said no, we won't put it in there this year, we'll put it in there next year. I had no problem with that. I didn't dispute you on that. But after I put further thought into it, and I listened to some of the comments at the meeting, then that's where I kind of felt like maybe we could wait on that. So my question to you is, what was the process of that? And what was different about the process the second go around than the first go around that brought you to that conclusion to bring that back? What's the process for clarification?
So who are you asking?
I'm asking Mr. Scrivener that.
Come on.
I believe he was the chair at that time and he made the comment. So I'm just understanding it, and me trying to understand what the process was, because I'm trying to figure out how if you went through the process and you went through a long, extensive process, and he said he put time in, and you went through that process and you came up with this tool, then what made you add to the tool the second time that's something that you didn't add the first time? I just want clarification.
Mr. Scrivener, do you want to address that?
I'll try, but I'm having a hard time understanding it. The very first time we did this was pre-COVID. We developed statistics for all of the pieces. When COVID hit, certain statistics were no longer available to us. So things were pulled out. Teacher retention and financial were pulled out because there were no reliable statistics. The committee, and I'll defer to the results committee because I'm not on that committee, but the committee decided that now they did have reliable financial numbers so that they could put it back in. I think that answers your question.
Mr. Earl Campbell?
Yeah. When we first came up with this instrument, because I was on the committee, the original one, a lot of stuff happened since that. And that is the reason why it changes. We don't have to beat this like all night long talking about this. It's common sense. Thank you.
So at this time, I'd like to call the question. The motion on the floor is I move that the full board approve the 21-22 superintendent evaluation instrument with the following changes as brought forth by the results committee. Continue to use the modified professional practice portion with pandemic responses. Reinstate the measurable component of financial oversight. And 3, weigh the professional practice portion at 85% and the financial oversight measurable component at 15%. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Middleton, aye.
Scrivener, aye.
Okay. All those opposed? Okay. Dick's back. All those opposed? Rachel? And Mr. Smith. So 8-2. Thank you. Motion passes 8-2.
That concludes the report for results.
Okay, so now we are at the superintendent's report update on profile of the Beaufort graduate.
Good evening again, board members. This evening, I have the opportunity under the superintendent's report to present Mrs. Karen McKinsey, our Director of Secondary Education. She will be providing an update on the profile of a Beaufort graduate. Thank you, Mrs. McKinsey.
so much, Dr. Stratus. And thank you, board members. I appreciate the opportunity to give you a short summary on what's happening with the profile of the Beaufort County graduate. As part of our work, we have began to align the profile units with the South Carolina standards at each grade level and within each content area. This is going to be an ongoing process of planning and curriculum development. Both district and school personnel have been part of that development of the profile since its very earliest beginnings, which I believe started here. The profile contains 4 pillars: global citizenship, historical knowledge, financial literacy, and eco-literacy. Each of these pillars has components within them. There are 9 components total, and I have to say that's a perfect number for a school year. Our pillar components will be showcased monthly and celebrated with recognition at our schools. The initial year for implementation of the Beaufort County School District profile of a graduate is 2022-2023. A Summer Institute session will provide an overview of the profile, the standards-based templates that have been created for the unit's development, as well as a focus on the standards-based aligned planning. The units at this point that we have developed will also be shared. Profile units will be shared also on our Teachers Corner on our district website. In addition, pillar components and units will be forwarded to each school each month. They will receive the profile template that we use to create lessons and units, so that that's part of that ongoing process. And teachers will then be able to submit lessons and units that they develop. Those will be reviewed and approved, and then will be added to our profile unit bank. Once those are part of our profile unit bank, they will be open to all educators within the district. This is going to allow for our educators to shine at what they do best. And it's going to allow that work to be shared among all their colleagues across our district. We have some amazing teachers, so I think we're going to be awestruck at what we see that they do. A calendar of a profile of events has been developed. The calendar will ensure that each one of the Beaufort County School District profile pillars and each of those components will be showcased. Each month, schools are going to receive a monthly showcase component, a description of that component, aligned resources, and sample standard-based units that correspond to that monthly component. Schools will have the opportunity then to showcase their students and their teachers' work on those profile units through a video campaign. And that's going to focus on sharing that profile with our community and our families. This year-long celebration of the profile is going to culminate in a special recognition of our seniors. We will recognize 3 seniors from each of our high schools with a superintendent's profile of the Beaufort County School District graduate, certificate of outstanding character. These awards will be based on the 3 characteristics of the profile of the Beaufort County School District graduate. Those 3 characteristics, just to remind you, are dignity, respect, and personal responsibility. Seniors will be nominated by their schools and the community. Award recipients will be determined through a committee of stakeholders involving both district and community people. These awards will be presented at graduation. So I'm just going to recap real quick. August 2022, unit samples will be shared at the Summer Institute session. The first month of component program materials will be provided to teachers, coaches, administrators throughout our district. From September 2022 to April 2023, we will continue our monthly updates to our schools, which will include resources, components, and videos will be taken of student participation in the units of instruction, and those will be published at that time. This is going to be a great way for our community to really see the unique gift that we have in this profile. In April of 2023, the submission of the first
superintendent awards for the profile graduate will be submitted to the committee for review. And finally, culminating at each of our high school graduations this year, our superintendent will award 3 certificates of outstanding character. I truly thank you for the opportunity to work on this profile unit. And I have to say one last thing. I don't know which one of you came up with this idea, but it was a great one.
Yeah.
And I'll take any questions you have.
Dr. Wisniewski? Oh, wow, you're on my left. I see you.
Somebody has to go first.
It was Mel's idea.
Yeah.
Thank you.
gonna say
Thank you,
that.
Mr. Campbell. It was a very good idea.
My only question is, so it's my understanding that it's South Carolina, or it's guided by South Carolina state standards, but it's the content is based on our local area.
That's correct.
And then in the development of the curriculum, it says the units are submitted and approved to be added to the profile unit bank. So who's the approver?
So we will have a committee. So we'll be several of us in the instructional services department.
Okay.
So that's how we'll
Thank
maintain that.
Ms. Vidrich?
Not, Ms. McKenzie, not a question as much as a comment of, it's really such a proud moment to know that this amazing idea that Mr. Mel Campbell came up with and said, but what should our high school graduates know about their community? And then to see what you and your team and Dr. Stratos, what your team has developed with this, and extrapolate that out to the impact it's going to have on the students and how they feel about their communities and so on. It's incredibly exciting. So thank you so much.
Thank you. And thank you for allowing me to do this.
Any other questions? Mr. Mel Campbell?
I applaud the effort, and I mean, I didn't intend for you to go to those degrees to get a new curriculum set up, but you did. And I want to encourage you to continue to focus on the specifics of Beaufort County, also than the general concept of, I see you say character, but character is great, but how is it defined from a Beaufort County profile as opposed to a Lexington County profile? And I want to make sure that student is leaving with Beaufort County stuff in mind and intact, along with some of the worldly concepts that also we obviously engage them in anyway. But I just want us to keep that eye on that sparrow. Okay, thank you.
May I, Dr. Stratus? Go ahead. You start and I'll follow you. Yes, ma'am.
I do want to share that it was a conversation between both Mr. Campbell's that brought this forward. Actually, I could tell you that logistically, both gentlemen were seated at this side facing forward. So both of the gentlemen actually went significant in conversation about how we need to bring the awareness of our children of the history, our local history. So I want to make sure that both gentlemen are made noted of this. Secondly, that's the whole essence of what you just said, Mr. Campbell, is to have our students know locally who we are, who you are, in order to build on for the next generation. So I wanted to share that as well. Mrs. McKenzie?
I really don't want to share too much about the units yet.
Just one.
Okay. We have a unit on the Mather School. All schools. I won't.
All right. Mr. Stribinger?
Thank you. I just want to echo what everyone said. This is a big, big deal. We are creating ambassadors for the area. Our graduates are going to be proud of being a Beaufort County graduate, and they take that with them. So This is just a huge benefit to the entire community that we're creating folks who are going to go out there and talk to other folks about how amazing this area is and how rich it is in history. You know, you can't buy that kind of stuff. So this is a huge, huge deal. And I applaud where you've gone with it.
Colonel Guyer.
I echo everything that's been said, but I want to tell you, do not underestimate the power of awards to emphasize these points. This is going to be something that people, your students, are going to strive to attain. This goes on a college application, but more importantly, I hope that we really get the community involved in giving the award. This needs to be pastors and community leaders and so on that are standing up there on the stage, giving it to these students that are awarded this, and make it a big deal, because it really is. Thank you.
Yes, sir, we agree. That's why we want the community to also have the opportunity to nominate. Our students do amazing things out in the community, so we didn't want to leave it just to us to pick, but allow anyone to nominate students. They're doing great things throughout our communities.
Mr. Smith.
Yeah, I applaud you for your efforts and you and your Dr. Scraps and your staff. However, I do have some concerns along the terms of what Mr. Campbell and some of what Mr. Colonel Guyer said. In terms of, I'm looking for it to, speaking as you said, there's the Malford piece, but the fishing and swimming, and we live right here on the coast. I'm looking for some of that too. When we originally said that's how this whole conversation got initiated. And that is the part that I'm looking forward to, that embraces, if in other words, if it was a student of my color, that embraces my culture and embraces who I am, and that I understand what Robert Smalls High School, Robert Smalls High School was, and who Robert Smalls was, and I can speak to that because I understand that, and I've come up through the ranks in the Beaufort County School to understand what that is, and to be able to speak to that no matter where I'm at in America. So I just want to make sure that is some things that will be coming from this piece and all your efforts, because I mean, giving awards is good, but also it's also about being able to know and being able to speak it when someone comes to you, and being able to exemplify exactly what you said you possess. That's my point.
We agree. Every student who leaves Beaufort County should know what Pluff Mud is, where it came from, what every school is named and why our streets are named the way they are. Important people who've come and gone, who've paved the way for others. All of that is part of the profile.
Thank you.
All right. Any other comments, Dr. Glatz?
Thank you very much. It's exciting. And,
it is exciting.
Yeah, it's great. I think it's great. So I'm going to make a motion that we move to public comments, because it's 9 o'clock, and that we finish tonight's meeting tonight.
I second. Oh, second. All right. There's a motion on the floor that we move to public comments and that we extend our meeting past 9:15 if necessary. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Middleton, aye.
Scrivener, aye.
All right. So passes unanimously. So now we will, sorry, I seconded it. I'm supposed to, right?
I think it's okay.
Yeah, I'm like, I got curious. Okay. So now we move down to second public comments. And first is Miss Christine Hernandez or Alexander. Sorry.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I will make it relatively short because my stomach is telling me it's time for me to go home. So Anyway, I would like to say a few things about the Beaufort High School issue. I realize that you all are working very hard to resolve this issue. My biggest issue with all that has gone on is that everything that seemed to have been done has apparently been done, from listening to all of you, without the board's permission. And I don't understand how that happened. And in reality, one of the things that I would really like to come out of all of this is getting to the bottom of all of that, figuring out how that happened and fixing it so that it never happens again. Because as far as I'm concerned, that was a big injustice and an insult to Robert Smalls and St. Helena. I was here at one of the previous meetings where one of the board members stated that we did have the funds available to make the changes that we are requesting. So I don't understand why it's such a big deal. And I was at another board meeting where there was quite an issue with board members stating that they had to be careful about how they spend taxpayers' money. Well, I'm a taxpayer. I lived here most of my life. The people that attended Robert Smalls and St. Helena and their families that are still here, they're taxpayers also. So I think when you talk about how you spend the taxpayers' money on something like this, I think you need to think about those people also. And talk to some of those people and ask them. I mean, you don't normally concern yourself with how you're spending taxpayers' money with other things, but suddenly this is an issue. And I've spoken to a lot of people who have left here and who have returned here, and they want it done. They want it put back to the way it was. So, you know, I don't think we should get wrapped up in really all wrapped up in how you're spending the taxpayers' money, because I'm one of those taxpayers. And so if you ask me if we should do it, my answer is going to be yes. If you ask those 1,000 people that signed that petition, the answer is yes. Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Cushenberry, I believe we have a call in. Thank you for your comments.
Last name, you'll have 3 minutes. Okay?
Okay.
Go ahead.
Good evening. I am D. Chanel Drake calling from Detroit, Michigan. I am a member of the 1971 graduating class of Beaufort High School. I am also one of the 3 Black students that was initially accepted to integrate Beaufort County Schools in 1964 by attending Mossy Oaks Elementary School. Currently, there is a petition with over 1,000 signatures supporting our cause, a good majority being voters of Beaufort County, which I'm sure the board has received. We have been asked, why are we not more concerned with teachers' pay? Our class, who has many educators, made a generous donation at our meet and greet and also presented a check for $1,000 during halftime to the athletic department during our reunion weekend. We love our school, but the teacher salary issue did not just arise the week of our class reunion. In one meeting after the superintendent's report, someone indicated to Board Member Smith that he was pushing his own agenda when he questioned about the status of the mascot and colors. Please let me make this very clear. None of this discussion even started until the first graduating class of DHS Eagles brought it to the attention of the DHS principal during our 50th class reunion. And I was appalled that he made that accusation to Board Member Smith. I am in total agreement with my classmate Geraldine Doe, who spoke earlier during public comment. Creating the curriculum and or a proclamation for the history of the school is fine, but we came to you with the main agenda of removing the cartoon character eagle, which is currently displayed, and replacing it with the original American bald eagle with the wings and claws prominently displayed, as well as retaining the pure colors of green and white. I have heard too many excuses, such as white uniforms are hard to clean, and the students, and I don't know how many, not the percentage of students who were polled who liked the cartoon character eagle. But no one is taking credit for the design, who approved it, and what will be done to remove it. No one is taking the time to go into the archives and present the original documentation. And if so, why has it not been presented to the board? By the way, I was a majorette in the Beaufort High School band, and our uniforms were white, and the band wore white pants. We were proud to wear our green and white colors, and we never complained about getting our uniforms cleaned. That was just a sidebar. Ignoring our history is not acceptable. We will not be silenced. We will not go away. Those who choose to insult our history have obviously never had to fight for a cause, nor have any respect for culture or pride. It is obvious that the current students do not understand why we feel so strongly. We take pride in being a Beaufort High School Fighting Eagle and will not accept the Bluffton High School colors of green and black or any other variation.
I'm sorry, your time is up, Drake. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay, so that brings us to our board business action. First is a resolution to memorialize Beaufort High School's history. Ms. Fidrick?
Thank you, Ms. Robine. Yes, I'm bringing forward this motion, and I'd like to have the motion up on display and then discussion later. So I move that the Beaufort County School District Board of Education direct the superintendent to create a resolution declaring the board's recognition of the history and selection of Beaufort High School's name, school mascot, and school colors.
Do I have a second? Okay, Mel Campbell, second. Any comments? Discussion, yes.
For months, maybe 6 to 8 months, we have heard from the community about their feelings. We had public comment this evening about their feelings. I am hoping to move forward. Okay. I think it's fairly well known that the board was not involved in any change. I personally don't think there was a change as far as the mascot itself. The depiction of the mascot has changed, but it has always been, when my two children graduated from Beaufort High School, it was the eagle and it was green and white and the name is Beaufort High. I don't think it's going to bode well to play the blame game any longer as how this happened. So let's move forward. As I indicated earlier, there's going to be a meeting on Thursday. And at that meeting, we're going to talk about the naming of schools, mascots, colors, adjunct facilities, and bring in the discussion about logos. And what does that mean as far as a mascot? So I would hope that my colleagues would not see this motion as redundant to anything that Dr. Rodriguez proposed at his regarding preservation of the history, but actually a declaration, a resolution of the board's recognition of the historic events when the selection of the colors, the name, and the mascot.
Thank you. Any comments, questions? Mr. Smith?
Be more specific in your motion when you said when you said moralize. What exactly do you mean when you say that?
I mean to create a resolution declaring the board's recognition, okay, of the history and selection of Beaufort High's name, school mascot, and school colors. So Dr. Rodriguez will direct his staff to create this resolution that will enumerate all of the important aspects of how it came to be. That resolution will come in front of the board. The board will be read, and we'll have to agree whether it is comprehensive enough. But to actually, that which we hold important, we write down, right? We write it down. And so I too, just like that caller, I've been waiting to see where was it written down that the colors were green and white and the mascot from 1971. So far that has not been produced. So by God, let's write it down. Let's be resolute about this resolution and say, this is it. These are the colors. This is the mascot, and this is the name. And I have extreme confidence that a beautifully written resolution can be crafted that will put all that important information, and it will be read aloud proudly. So does that answer your question, Mr. Smith?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, anyone else besides go back to Mr. Smith? Mr. Guyer?
We need to resolve this, no doubt. But I agree with Tricia. We don't need to go into the blame game. Let's fix it. I am certain that there was no malice of forethought by subsequent students, coaches, art teachers, and so on to disrespect what was done. So I'm not really interested in finding out who to point the finger to. I'm interested in fixing this, and we need to fix it and fix the eagle. We need to fix and say, this is what the uniform is, and be done with it. And so now we just have to figure out how to pay for it and how to make it happen. But I figure we have talent enough to figure that out. Thank you.
Any other comments, Mr. Smith?
First, let me start off by saying, in terms of this motion, well, actually, first, before we even go to the motion, let me say this. I don't think that it's a blame game or it's pointing fingers, because the fact is that I remember when I was in ROTC, Colonel Johnson used to have us, and Sergeant Klein used to have us do something called an after-action review. And in an after-action review, what you do is you go through and you figure out how you got where you got, and figure out how could you make sure that you not get there better, or you not get back there. And saying that, I think that the community and the public is asking us to have an after-action review, because if we don't have an after-action review and understand how we got here, then possibly we're going to end up back here again. So we must figure out what loophole or what was done and how we got here so that we can correct the mistake. You can't correct the part. You can't correct the part. They tell you alcoholic can't correct that alcoholic if they won't, of course, admit that they're an alcoholic. Point blank, period. So that's my stance. So I don't think that my community, I don't think the people in my district is pointing and saying that there's a blame game. But what they're saying is that, how did it happen, and how could we stop it from happening again? Because this is a hurtful feeling, and we don't want to revisit it ever again in our lifetime. So we just want a clear understanding of making sure that it doesn't happen again, and understanding how it happened. That's it. I don't think my community is blaming anyone. I think they want an after action review and some answers. No different than those in those schools, things that are going on. You have parents who want answers to know what went wrong and why their baby's here today. This one is more severe because one won't come back, but there's a hurt feeling in this community. And so I had to take it there because that's where it's at. And secondly, I feel that I can't support this motion today because the fact that we've already given Dr. Rodriguez, we've already directed the superintendent to come back to us the last meeting with a resolution to this situation. the last vote that we had basically was doing the same thing. So, and I think he brought us something back. Or I'm not sure. I remember exactly what happened, but it's like we keep spinning. We just keep spinning our wheels. And here at this level at the board, we have the right to just say, "Hey, look, we have the right to direct the superintendent to go ahead and put like one of the first people just spoke at public speaking and say, take their tax dollars and replace the Eagle back, the original Eagle back on the field, back on the press box that's in this picture right here, and restore the colors. We the board can take a vote on that and get that done right now. We don't have to ask the superintendent. If we want to move further and go into the history, then we can do that later. But this motion that is being said, we have already directed the superintendent to do this. So we're just spinning our wheels. We're just kicking the can down the road. I hate to say it, and I really appreciate Ms. Fidget for bringing this motion forward. But unfortunately, this is motion. If you ask me, this has been redundant. We've already have given this motion to the superintendent already, and he's brought things back. So how many times are we going to give him stuff to bring back?
Mr. Stribinger?
Thank you. I agree with Colonel Geyer. I believe the policy committee is working on the fix this Thursday. I think Ms. Fidrich mentioned they were going to tackle this issue on Thursday, and they were devoted that meeting to resolving so that this would not slip through any loopholes in the future. So I think the fix is being taken care of. And I do agree with one of the callers, by the way, that money is really not the issue here. But that's just my personal opinion. I don't think it's about money. And I do think, I agree with Mr. Smith, I think it's redundant, but I'm going to vote for it because I think it's worth emphasis. We've done this before. We added emphasis to things. So it's not harmful in any way, so I'm going to vote for it. Thank you.
Ms. Fidrich?
Thank you. So I appreciate all these comments. I would not have brought it forward if I didn't think it was a way to move forward. Okay, I do not find it redundant because what Dr. Rodriguez brought forward to us was the integration of this idea into a 9th grade curriculum, ensuring that newcomers to the school are aware of it, and also at the African American Conference in February. Nowhere was it said that there was going to be a resolution brought forward to that the board absolutely recognizes it. So I'm bringing it forward to move forward. It will be a process. This is a beginning. The policy committee is meeting on Thursday. I see no redundancy in that which the district is going to provide and that which the board will have created and then have the resolution. So thank you, Madam Vice Chair.
Any other comments? Mr. Smith?
Ms. Fidrich, I'm going to change my mind with faith because I serve a God who sits high and look low. And I know that God won't leave me wrong. So I'm going to support your motion because the same way how you want to resolve, I know not only do what you want resolved, my community want resolved, I want resolved. So I'm going to support this motion tonight with the hoping that we can restore what needs to be restored and move past this, and my community can be able to breathe and know that the history from Beaufort High School and their legacy won't be erased. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Okay. Mr. Campbell?
Okay. I want to say this. It's not just your community, Mr. Smith. People from Dale went to Beaufort High School, Burton, Grace Hill. So it's the whole community. Thank you.
Okay, so I'd like to call the question on the motion on the floor. I move that the Beaufort County Board of Education directs the superintendent to create a resolution declaring the board's recognition of the history and selection of Beaufort High's name, school mascot, and school colors. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Middleton, I.
Scrivener, aye.
Passes unanimously. 10-0. Okay. Ms. Fidrich.
Thank you. Ms. Robine, I bring and various motions have been made in the past regarding this subject. And the reason I did not support them is that they were not defined enough. They were ambiguous and not defined. So again, I bring this particular motion forward in hopes that it is a beginning and a visual manifestation of what our community has been asking for restoration. It's a beginning, it's a start. So I move that the Beaufort County School District Board of Education directs the superintendent to replace the current depiction of the eagle on the parking lot side of the Beaufort High School's football field press box with the following phrase written in the school's colors, home of the Beaufort High School Eagles.
Seconded.
Any discussion?
So if you would look in your packet, when I went over to Beaufort High School several months ago and took pictures of all the different depictions of the eagle on the football field, I was not able to get down on the football field. I could not see it from the stands anyway. This is, as you'll see, this is one of the pictures. This is the parking lot side of the press box. And I believe this would be a great start to removing this depiction of the mascot and replacing it with the script as noted in the motion.
Mr. Stribinger.
How does the principal of Beaufort High School feel about this?
I'm so glad you asked that. Gives me a chance to tell everyone here, I met with the principal, the new principal of Beaufort High School, and was incredibly impressed with her openness and willingness and eagerness to involve the community in all decisions. And I don't want to put words in her mouth, and she has graced us with her presence tonight. So I don't want to put you on the spot, Ms. Shelton, but I thank you for the 45 minutes you gave me today to talk about this topic. And I thank you for your eagerness to involve the community in any change that will occur. But you are the one that said to me, it's a process. It is absolutely a process, and it has to start somewhere. So not to put words in your mouth, the principal, Mr. Stribinger, felt that this was a reasonable accommodation and a visual manifestation of our beginning of an intent to hear what the community wants.
Yeah, I will vote for it because I'm going to support the principal.
Any other comments? Mr. Mellencamp?
I'm going to vote for it too, but I'm concerned with how slow the process goes. I mean, if you can do that one change, why can't you do a number of changes at the same time? I think we have to be decisive and make decisions that's going to be direct and forthcoming in terms of this issue. So moving that right away says that you probably disapprove of that, whoever placed it there on that press box.
Do not infer disapproval, just infer that is the front and center. That is, as soon as you go in that parking lot, it's the first thing you see.
Yeah.
So
you want to replace it?
So what I'm trying to do here, Mr. Campbell, is that we have had motions worded such as direct the superintendent to turn everything back to the way it was. I don't know what that meant. So I'm trying very hard here to move this conversation forward and starting with something very concrete and then allow a new principal to work with the community and decide and move forward with this. So that's why I chose to go with just this one. I didn't see any other motions coming forward about this.
I understand all of that. My concern is, and at this pace and at this direction, whether we end up halfway through, change 3 or 4 things, and the other 5 or 6 things remain the same, and we're still back to the same place. That's
Mr.
my
Campbell,
concern.
you have every right to, try to move this conversation forward in the way, but I haven't
mean, you
seen
made a
anything come
motion.
forward in
I'm
8 months.
discussing my concern about the motion. You got all the right to make it the way you saw fit. And I've got the right to talk about my concern about it.
It's just that we need to do something. It's been too long.
I understand.
I apologize.
Any other comments? Mr. Smith?
And I do agree with Mr. Campbell, because as I stated a few minutes ago, I believe that the board, that we have the authority and the power to vote and to put it back, and also the colors as well, because our colors are not green, black, and white. So we have teams that are representing our school in gray, and gray. We have teams that are wearing gray uniforms and green that are representing our school, and those are not our colors. So those things need to be restored effectively and immediately, as soon as possible. I mean, just thinking about this, I'm walked in the gym and saw the color of those bleachers, and that just blew my mind. I'm like, I could not believe that. I walked in the gym and saw those bleachers. Being a graduate of Beaufort High School, so I'm really on the fence on this. But once again, I just want to put it out there, because I am going to continue to bring this up and say, as in my community and my constituents who are reaching out to me and other constituents. But if you ask me, when you represent Beaufort County, you represent one, they're all my constituents. I don't care if you live in Burton, Dale, Grace Hill, Bluffton. I represent all of them. So with that, I'm gonna step out on faith again. But I do believe that we can, and I have brought motions forward to restore it at its full entirety. Thank you.
Any other comments? Okay, I'd like to make a comment. I'll support this motion tonight because the principal has supported it. I concur with Mr. Stribinger, and as a ex-school administrator myself, I don't think it's the board's job to tell principals how to run their schools and what decisions that they need to make. I think our job is to make policy. Our policy, as it's stated, deals with mascots. The mascot has not changed. I know people disagree with that, but the mascot is still an eagle. It's the depiction of the eagle that has changed. I think that we have to respect the students that are current there, as well as respect the history. And I think that the resolution to memorialize the school's history helps with that and puts that in perspective. But I will vote to support this tonight only for that reason. Dr. Glatz.
I'm probably going to be the lone dissenter, and I have my reasons for why I'm not going to vote for this. I agree with pretty much everything that's been said here tonight. The class of 1971 needs to have their history memorialized, and I do believe that a lot of that is already present in the school. And I just can't imagine. It must have been just unbelievable for a child to go through that at that time, to integrate like that. I can't imagine what it would be like. It would be, obviously it is a big deal, a very big deal. We are following our policy. We have the board. Our current policy, we have absolutely followed. And as Ms. Robine just mentioned, this evolution of mixing in different logos and mixing in different colors, the school name has not been changed, has been a process that's occurred over about 50 years, I believe. One of the other board members showed me all the different variations of the logos that have come about over that whole time period. So if in the interest of diversity, equity, and inclusion, I don't think it's right that going forward, the students that are currently at Beaufort High School, we are telling them your story is not important. That's just not right. I'm not denying that the past story of 1971 is not important. I've just already started out my discussion that way. But I just don't think that's fair to future students or current students. If you look at the NFL, what if we said to the Washington Redskins, you can never change your name, you can never change your colors? People would be irate now. You know, you have to, time evolves, and we have to be accepting and willing to move forward. And so that is why I'm not supporting it. And I know nobody's going to agree with me. That's fine. You don't have to agree with me, but I have my reasons for why I think that's the right thing to do for the community as a whole.
Dr. Wisniewski?
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. I'm also going to be a dissenting vote this evening, and it's for a few reasons, some that have already been named, but in my opinion, there's a few important parts to this. And like you mentioned, Ms. Robine, is that the principal is already on board with this idea. And I think that that's within her purview to make this change on her own. I think when we begin to start delving into making those changes at a board level, when it's not explicit in our policies, which we're going to review on Thursday. So if something changes on Thursday, I certainly could change my mind then. I think that there's the resolution also forthcoming that could include information or historical context that I'm just simply not aware of. So I'm weary to make a change like this when our policies right now that are speaking to naming and mascots and colors speak to committees and student input and all those kinds of things. I'm leery to make a change. So I also will be down on this evening, but my mind could be changed in the future. Thank you.
Colonel Guyer?
I'm going to support this motion as a first step. I'm supporting it because I asked my two grandsons, one who just graduated from Beaufort High, one's a rising senior in Beaufort High. I said, what do you think about the logo? He said, it's an eagle. I said, well, do you know it's really important to the class of 71? I told him the story. I said, what do you think? And I asked them both. They said, well, we got to put it back the way it was. We don't care that much, but they care. And if they care, then we should help them. So I don't think it's a hard decision. And I don't think the current classes or future classes are going to have the same level of ownership that the class of 71 has. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Mel Campbell?
Yeah, I agree with Colonel Guy 200%. I mean, we can talk about inclusion and diversity as much as we want, but the bottom line is this is impacting thousands of people have signed up that this impacted me. Not one high school student has said, hey, it's big enough for us to fight it the other way. It's not big enough for them to fight it the other way, but it is big enough for these folks to say it's historic in our viewpoint. It was something that really should remain a big part of the history of Beaufort County and the history of Beaufort High School, and something that we should embrace as a part of the diversity. You know, and you know, it all depends on how you look at all of the stuff that we're talking about. If you throw that away, then that insignificant change that really took place will diminish all of the things historically that happened in that time period, from Brown versus Board of Education on up. So when we start throwing away the history of the country, just pieces and bits of it, whatever piece of bit you might decide is not important, start throwing that away. Then you're gonna be surprised where we end up.
Okay, I'd like to call the question. Robin, can you put up the motion? Let's see. I move that the Beaufort County Board of Education directs the superintendent to replace the current depiction of the eagle on the parking lot side of the Beaufort High School's football field press box with the following phrase written in the school's colors: home of the Beaufort High School Eagles. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Okay. All those opposed?
Opposed?
And David and Angela, I did not hear your votes.
Middleton abstains.
And Angela's going to abstain. So 7-1, the motion passes. Dr. Wisniewski.
Madam Vice Chair, I move that we approve the consent agenda.
I'll second.
Great. All those in favor of approving the consent agenda, please signify by saying aye.
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 Middleton, aye.
Okay.
Urbans's aye.
Okay. So that's 9-0-1. William Smith abstained. Future agenda topics? Do you see any? Okay. At this time, adjournment is our next announcements. I have no announcements.
I'll move that we adjourn.
Okay. Meeting adjourned. Thank you.